tonight, there's a new handout that you got in your inboxes, and I think everyone's got one on your book. This one is, we got the revenue manual last week. This one is now an expenditure manual, and we went through department by department, and we kind of condensed everything where we put all the personnel costs on one line and all of the operating supplies on another line. So, and we put some graphs in there, and hopefully everyone will get a chance to take a look at it. This morning, Tori and Kim spent an hour with me editing my verbiage. I guess if somebody from council would have come up that has some writing skills to help me. You know, I'm just saying. So, on that note, I'm going to start with a joke just to bring a little levity into the evening. And my joke of the evening is, well, this is a good one. I just got it off the internet. How does Santa's accountant value his sleigh? I don't know. Net present value. Okay. So I got to start with a little levity. So, yeah. So what I plan on doing tonight, I hope everyone's had a chance to look through their budget book. I put together a 4-page handout on what I'm going to talk about. Yes. I'm going to, and again, the 15 or so departments I'm going to talk about, you know, my department, your department, the mayor's department, payroll, print shop, there is so little movement as far as FTEs and dollar amounts, which I'm sure everyone's had a chance to look at. So you already know that, but in my notes you will see all that stuff. But the first thing, backing up with what Chris talked about the other night with the risk stuff, I thought, because these are, you know, 3 of the biggest expenses we have, the very first chart up here backs up, and as we're reading my handout, page 39 in the handout book shows the MMO. It shows what we spend on the MMO each year. This document on the screen is just the mathematical calculation on how we divvy up the MMO to each department. So, you know, that it's a cost account. It's in the budget handout book, in the handout book. So, yeah.
This one?
No, that's the revenue manual. No, that's the expenditure manual. It's this one, Liz.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Tori is... Yeah. So, it's a mathematical calculation. Teresa gives us the MMO each year. She works with Don Becker, our actuary. You as council did a lot of work a couple years ago when we lowered the actuarial interest rate assumption. We changed the mortality tables, and we did some work, and you know, we get that $25 million MMO bill every year, and we have to divvy it up between departments. Now, I know the treasurer's not here, and I'm going to talk about his department tonight, and he always brought up to me, how come city, and you as city council people, you see in your budget why you're getting charged for that, and there is a city ordinance that says you are not eligible for a pension, but the third-class city code says that city council persons are eligible to receive a pension if, you know, if they want to, but our ordinance supersedes that. So I guess if you wanted to get rid of that ordinance tonight, you could get a pension. But that's that. I know you're not going to, but that's why we always charge your department for pension. You know, just for anybody looking outside watching this on.
Can you, and for anybody who's on Facebook,
Okay.
could you please repeat that? Because one of our favorite critics got into a fight with me. I avoid Facebook at all times, but kept insisting that city council must get a pension. I said no, because remember, I asked about this a few years ago, and we don't. So would you just say,
Okay.
as of now, No one on city council gets a pension. I don't know that there's any appetite here to give us a pension, but
That's correct.
You can't speak for us, but
Well, it wouldn't be a lot.
anyhow, we do not get a
To back
pension.
up what Liz says, at this moment in time, the third-class city code of the state of Pennsylvania says all employees, including elected officials, are eligible for a pension, but somewhere back in time, and I don't remember what year this ordinance was brought out, there's a City of Erie ordinance that says city council is not eligible and cannot get a pension. So to answer your question, Liz, at this moment in time, no one on council can get a pension. So.
Can you look at the camera and say that?
Okay, so that document, and I don't put that in the handout because that's just a mathematical document that we use every year to cost accounting wise, divvy up the pension to various departments and various people. So the next one, where Chris was talking about the group health insurance, and this one may be a little more difficult to read, but what we do, and I know Chris explained this with the funnel, we know from talking to our brokers and the insurance companies, Highmarket, UPMC, we're going to spend $14 million on health insurance and vision insurance and all the things that, you know, that make up our benefit package. And we take that number and divide it up by bargaining units, by the type of insurance it is, and we come up with a number that's a per person number, and that's just for budgeting. So now the next question, I know Kaz would all.
Packet either?
No, that's not, I mean, that, again, that's a math thing that we deal with. But you're going to see in your budget, and it's very important to look at that, in your budget, all 7 of you are charged $20,000 odd for for the health program. Now, if you were a single person, then you would pay a little less, and if you're a family, you're going to pay a little more, so that at the end of the year, when you look back in the budget book, and you know, I'll go to City Council. City Council says that this year we budgeted $139,000. Oh, that's pension. $147,000 for group insurance. So that's 7 people times $21,000. And that's what we spend. That is what we spend, $21,000 per person. But at this point in time, as of October 31st, you've only spent $43,000 out of your budget. And I don't know off the top of my head, Liz, you may or may not be on insurance, and Mel may or may not be, and Kath, I don't know, I don't care. Some are, some aren't, because this number's way lower than the budget. But there's other departments that are going to be 5-people department and they're all families, well then their budget, they're going to be over budget as far as the health insurance goes. So again, this is a cost accounting thing, and we've talked years and years up in the department about, is it worth it to budget it in each department? Is it worth, you know, maybe we just throw it all into general government and say, we know we're going to spend $10 million, let's move $10 million over, but back in the day somewhere,
But it changes.
it changes all the time, and it changes because, you know, especially a very fluid department like the police department, where, you know, new people are jumping in and new people are jumping off, and this one may be single and this one may be a family, where the calculation, it changes constantly. So,
Paul, could you also clarify, this was also a part of the Facebook discussion where somebody kept insisting. Now, I don't take health insurance. I said I'm on Medicare, which led somebody to
do you
say,
have a supplement?
yeah, I have Medicare Advantage.
Good.
I do it
I'm just
myself,
saying.
okay? But somebody said, well, maybe we shouldn't elect people who are on Medicare, a dig at my age, which I didn't
Well,
appreciate.
you know, somebody complains
But
about everything.
I know. But I think it's important to know. I did realize last year that some people on council do take the health insurance. Could you repeat for the public that you pay for that?
Yes, absolutely.
Because the other thing is,
Absolutely.
they insisted that not only was I getting free health insurance, but my husband was getting it. And the best part, I would get this for life.
For free, yeah. No,
Man.
and that's not true either.
Thank you.
Okay, so, On page.
I am.
And we talked, and Chris Moore talked about this last week.
I multitask.
And unfortunately, he's not with us. He's home tonight with his children because his wife's a therapist down at Hammett and she's got to work, so he's not here. So I'm going to take over from him. But on page 49 of the handout book, Chris talked about the contribution that each employee makes. And that contribution is worth 15% of the COBRA rate that we would pay, which is 15% of your premium, really. Just say I have Highmark Insurance and I'm a family, I pay $192.82 each paycheck for my health insurance. So to answer Liz's question to whoever the Facebook person was, the people on council that are taking insurance are also paying that $200 per paycheck for the right to get that insurance. So, did I answer that? Well, we have good insurance. I mean, it's Highmark or it's UPMC, yes. So that's how, okay, sorry. That's the mathematical calculation. I wrote down there, it's referenced, you know, we take 13 million on this first page, $13,177,000, divide it by the number of FTEs there are, and everyone pays a portion of that, even though some people are single and some people, this is the budget. You pay the budgeted portion in the budget, not what you pay for your contribution. So that's just a budgeting tool. And then the last thing I wanted to talk about along the same lines, which is another very big expense of ours, is our workers' comp program. And we spend about next sheet. We spend about $1.3 million on the workers' comp program every year. And then again, same thing, we divide that up. Now there is a difference there. That's not just a straight division. The state of Pennsylvania has these, go up just a hair on that page. Yeah, right there, there's what's called the loss cost rates. And can you zoom in on that? I mean, policemen and firemen would pay more for a workers' comp policy than an office person. As you can see, a policeman would pay $5.34 per $1,000 of wages if we had policies. Again, remembering we're self-insured for workers' comp. And, you know, myself and Tori and Kim and everyone here would pay 17 cents. So there's a mathematical calculation we use to divvy up that $1.3 million into each department. So as you're looking through the budget book, you know, your department may pay a lot less than what the police department or the refuse department or any of the other departments are. So I thought those were three big things, and I know Chris didn't have a chance to go through those the other night, but as you're looking through the budgets, that's how those above the line numbers come into play. Your MMO, your group insurance, and your workers' comp. So now,
Paul, could you just, or Teresa, just say what the MMO, what that acronym stands for, because we have two new incoming council people here, so we're used to that acronym, but just say what MMO stands for. Oh, what MMO stands for, so that our new council people know. No, just what.
minimum municipal obligation.
Right.
So
That's all.
it's the state's cutesy word for the pension. Okay, now, again, as I said as we started, and I'm not going to tell another accounting joke, but on page 18 is the city council budget. I don't know who here helped prepare that. I know Lori and Marilyn sent that up to me. There's the same number of FTEs, which full-time equivalents, which is personnel in your budget. Your spending is the same as last year, and that's about all I have to say about city council budget. Same with the city, pardon me?
We held our own?
Yes, you did.
Okay.
Yes. Same with the city clerk's budget, prepared by someone down here, be it Lori or be it Maryland. Same number of FTEs as last year. And the salaries, I hope everyone had a chance to go through the budget handout book that showed, you know, what each bargaining unit is getting as far as raises this year. And that was on page, that was on page 2 of the handout book. And then spending pattern as far as the below-the-line operating expenses, you'll see that those are the same as they were last year. Now, when you look at the new book I handed out today, the expenditure manual, we tried to chart those below-the-line expenses so that, and it was a good catch by Lisa's part today. We were all going through this book, and she made mention of the fact, when you look at that, in one of those lines we showed the percentage of, the percentage of what percent of your operating expenses, what percentage of your operating expenses are proportioned to the total expenses of your department. We have a $95 million budget, and when you take away the salaries and the benefits, there's not that much money, $6, $7, $8 million in any given year. That's what you would call in accounting, and this isn't an accounting joke, but variable expenses. I mean, and even when you look at the variable expenses, gasoline, we spend $750,000 on gasoline, which we're not getting rid of that. I mean, we're not going to send the police cars, the garbage trucks, the plow trucks. I mean, in accounting, that's a variable expense, Teresa, but that's not a variable expense. We're spending that money. Electric bills, gas bills. I mean, they are variable expenses, but they're pretty much the same dollar amount year after, as you look in the book, year after year after year, there's not a lot of change to that. And unfortunately, the biggest variable expenses we have are in the repair and maintenance. We're working with an aging fleet of trucks. The building here itself is...
You keep saying an aging year of trucks. I think the
fleet. We have, yes.
Drastically, I want to say, in the Trumbull administration,
we have upgraded, yes. The garbage trucks, it's not...
I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, it's not what you'd want. We try to circle out the police cars every couple years, but even as such, we have half a dozen cars, and I think Kim could speak more eloquently to that. We have multiple cars with 200,000 miles, correct? Yeah.
And Paul, I think I am still echoing, but I think what a different way of saying it is that most of our budget goes to personnel.
Yes.
And if you're going to make cuts, if we were to make cuts, which we haven't, I don't anticipate that we will, then go whack people. Not whack people. Literally.
Well,
but
understand. Yes, yes.
Yeah, I think that's what you're trying to say because, I see these signs that are still up there from somebody who didn't win a seat on city council that said, lower property taxes. And so I want to go and put say equals cutting services then. So, because and a lot of these are, as you said, union employees, and you showed in this budget document that the rate of increases has really been nipped or contained.
Correct.
Who's on there, Gene?
Zero base, but it is the rate of growth of increases has been slowed, and I think
Is he on?
he worked on these.
Yes,
so.
he did. Yes.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, but is he on the meeting?
on that note, the next department we're going to talk about is the mayor's department. One new FTE that we brought on middle of the year, but spending is absolutely the same as last year. Mayor has made it a point all 4 years that he's been here to make sure that those dollar amounts, he doesn't spend outside his budget. Next department, neighborhood resources, which includes the planning and code offices. On here, you're going to see there have been a couple new FTEs. One is the ARP program manager, which we talked about the reimbursement of that when we talked about revenues last week. And then the mechanical and plumbing inspector is gonna take over work that the BIU has been doing. So we're gonna save money by not having to pay BIU for doing those inspections, and we're gonna do it in-house, and hopefully, you know, as with all plans, we're going to do that more efficiently and more effectively. And so we'll be able to do more work and bring in more dollar amounts. And David, it looks as though you want to ask me.
Yeah, I was gonna
a
say, so the
question.
numbers work out,
Yeah.
that's a savings, obviously, that we wouldn't do it if we're
No,
paying
correct.
more.
That's correct. So that department, again, you look at the below-the-line spending. There is, when you look at that, in the professional services, and I made a note of that, Kathy has a couple grants that she's going to get this year that we needed to have a couple matches for. And one grant was a preservation plan, and the other one was for the 12th Street corridor. So we're gonna need $25,000 for those grants, and then that's gonna, you know, pay for thousands upon thousands of dollars in match for those things. So that's a little bit of a jump there. But well worth it when we get the other money for those plans. Next department is the solicitor's office, and Ed, again, you look at the below-the-line spending, Ed's below-the-line spending, his office supplies, professional services, that type of thing, same spending as last year, same number of FTEs.
I just am so thankful for our solicitor and the great job that he is doing. Thank you, Ed Betza and team.
Oh, there he is.
He's back.
Uh,
The only thing I do see, we raised it for 2022 from 2021, total expenditures of, there again, roughly $40,000, $50,000, I don't know.
Well, if you look at that, you look at the pension contribution went up by $14,000, and also the group went up by $17,000. So you're talking about 40 grand right there in above the line stuff. So his below the line, we budgeted about 22, and that's normally in the neighborhood of where he spends, 19, 20, 22, 21. Okay. Next item, city treasurer, and that's Kaz Kwiatkowski's office, and Kaz couldn't be with us tonight. No, he's on the Zoom. Kaz, do you want me to talk, or do you want to talk? That's what he did call me an hour ago. Okay, I'll talk. Same number, yeah, same number of FTEs. The biggest thing in Kaz's department, spending-wise, is the postage, and that's from when we mail out the real estate tax bills each year. Otherwise, if you look below the line, his spending pattern's the same pretty much every year. He has to buy, you know, he buys the paper, he pays for the postage.
Paul, is postage going up though?
Yes.
Okay.
And you know, Liz, that was one of the pages, I don't know why we didn't include that this year. Normally in the handout book, I print out that United States Postal Service page, but yes, it is going up just a hair. So Kaz is spending below the line, same as always. Next, and now I'm going to flip to the third page of the handout. The next page, page 26 in the book and page 10 in the expenditure report, is the Office of the City Controller.
And we can't give her a raise.
You would have to do that through ordinance.
You can't do it for someone who's currently in office. You would have to do it for the next time somebody runs.
It would take effect for the next
Right.
official.
Kath, can I speak to that? And you know, every year I get on my soapbox and talk about council. I mean, I don't need to tell you this. For $6 grand, what you're doing, you know, you're not. It's not a lot of money, and for
We're getting all that free health insurance
Well,
and the pension.
according to what somebody says, right?
Donuts.
And for Teresa, I mean, if Teresa went across the street to Erie Insurance, she'd be making multiple times what she's making. So, I mean, it is something that we should we as a, you know, again, I'm a taxpayer and I don't want to spend more money on my real estate taxes, but it's not a fair wage what she's earning. And same with the treasurer's office. I mean, Kaz doesn't make, you know, he makes a couple dollars more than the controller does, and the fact that they're not on equal footing, I don't, you know, not for me to say, for you to set those things by ordinance.
You can't add
Paul?
it into the casual.
No, unfortunately, we're not allowed to. But it's not, you know.
Paul?
So I hope I answered that question. Pardon me?
It can.
Can the ordinance change that?
No, I think what Liz says is absolutely correct, that once somebody's sitting in office, that they can't change the salary, Mr. Ed,
No,
correct?
but you could change the ordinance, but,
Till the
Next election.
Yeah.
So you could change it for,
So,
change it now,
we can
but,
change it now, and the people in the audience would benefit.
yes, the next person to run, because Teresa is termed out now.
She just ran for re-election, correct?
Yes.
And we're not in January now, right?
But I think because people would have to know so that they could run.
You could do it at any time, it would just take effect after the election. So what you couldn't do, if you have a sitting person, you cannot give them a pay raise. They have the name, they have the face, you cannot identify and say, I wanna give that person a pay raise. You can give the position a pay raise, and then it's up to the voters to decide who fills that position.
So unfortunately, you know, it is what it is there.
So,
And, oh, sorry, Michael.
I'm sorry, so, just clarity for people out in the world. So it's 1986 or 1988, the last time the elected officials, actually had a pay raise?
I can't answer that.
19.
I don't, okay, it's
For
been a
the
long
official
time.
record, 1986, 35 years since the elected officials have had a pay raise.
Yeah, we did, I mean, I have it upstairs. A few years ago, when this came up before, finance did,
Other than the
we
mayor.
did a comparison.
I think, other than the mayor,
We did a comparison. I mean, even with council, you know, at $6,000 for your salary, other cities, 10, 12, 15,000. So just, you know,
Well, just for the record, during the era that I served with Mr. Bagnoni, I proposed an increase and I didn't get a second. And with my current time, I proposed it again and I didn't get a second.
I'm a private
there is
citizen,
no
I guess,
complaint.
but I would second it.
There was no, evidently, there's no complaints about what we
Okay.
get.
I'll second it. Okay. I did, so, then the next one I wanted to talk about for 1 second, and then I'll turn it over to Teresa. But you're gonna see this in another office too, but the office of, our O&E pension administration person, right now, that's Teresa Pomorsky that deals with the pensions on a daily basis. Teresa's retiring in about a year, so we put in this budget, as you'll see down below, in the roster section, half of an FTE, so that we're in the process of hiring somebody new to take over for Teresa when she retires. And we figured it's gonna take 6 months or so for somebody to learn that job. You know, pensions are very detail-oriented, very intricate, the knowledge you have to have of the pension. But this money, on page 27, is reimbursed to the city, and I know everybody remembers that. On page 17 in the revenues, there's a line item called pension salary reimbursement. It's 3665, and that money gets reimbursed back to the general fund for what is spent on whoever that person may be. Well, as I said, it's Teresa now, whoever the person may be that's coming in to take that job. So that's a revenue neutral expense to the general fund.
So is the person who comes in, like, guaranteed to to move up to the next position?
To be that, become, yeah, we're in the, Teresa, do you want to take over and talk about what, we're in the, okay, sorry.
Basically, it's the board that's gonna do the hiring to replace Teresa, so, and like Paul said, everything's reimbursed back to the city, so that's just gonna be a training period for that new person coming in, and then Teresa will be there to help. And hopefully it'll be a half a year that somebody will be there.
Yeah, so
and
it
then-
doesn't start in the beginning of 2022, but,
No,
so,
no.
okay.
Yeah, we've been working the last couple meetings on putting together job description and what kind of compensation package they're going to receive, and just, you know, everything so that we can either LinkedIn or the newspaper or wherever, we can advertise for this job.
And it's a locked-in salary.
Well,
I mean, I'll just say Teresa has so many years of experience, and then the new one is gonna get that same salary, doesn't, as it's,
the board has put together a number, or, you know, a salary range, $40,000 to $60,000. I mean, if you found somebody that was, this might sound corny, but the best pension administrator in the world, then, you know, let's pay them in line
compensate them
with.
correctly.
Yes,
Correct.
compensate them correctly. So, we want to hire somebody that's good, because eventually, everybody flows through that office when they receive, everybody that receives a pension flows through that office, and they don't want to be put in a position where we hire somebody that's not qualified to do that job, so that your pension gets, you know, messed up.
Yeah, the last thing, I understand it's a critical position, just, the only question is it gonna be at the same, could be more, could be
We're
less.
working on that right now, as we speak. And, you know, I'm sorry I'm speaking for, because Teresa's really, as the controller, she's in charge of the pension board.
I mean, this is all new to us. Teresa's been here for years, so we have to find somebody who's gonna be capable to take over that position. So it's really gonna depend on who's gonna apply and who's gonna be the qualifications. So we kinda had to have that range, and we're gonna start at this, but it won't be more than what she's making. But keep in mind, all this expense is reimbursed by the pension board, so.
Very good.
Okay. Next,
Paul,
Yes, sir.
hypothetically, I'm still working on this wage increase. Let's say that David won the city controller's job,
yes,
and he starts it in January.
yes.
We couldn't raise the city controller's position.
Well, I think what
Before the
Mel's
end of
talking
December?
about, you could do it now for the next person.
Which would be David if you were doing it.
Yeah,
but
4
she's
years
the
from
next
now.
person. We're not raising, you know what I'm saying?
No, unfortunately, no, it has to be before the election.
Before the election.
Before the election.
I'm running for an office that has.
A set salary, yeah.
Gotcha, okay.
So,
It could be the same person.
Right, but it has to be before the election. I missed that point.
Okay.
I tried, Teresa.
next department is, Office of Finance Director.
Oh, that's
Same number of FTEs, and below the line spending's basically the same thing. Most of the stuff I buy comes out of the other budget, the accounting budget, so, I pay
great
for.
job, Paul.
Yeah, I pay for my, GFOA, dues every year out of there, so that's about it. The next line item, and I'll talk about this for 1 second, is, personnel, HR, the HR department. At this moment in time, it's, the same number of FTEs. I don't know if everybody knows this, but Connie's planning on retiring next summer. So we're in the process of hiring somebody to take her spot too. So there's going to be a little overlap between, you know, again, when we talk about experience in Teresa Pomorski being in Teresa's office for years and years and years, Connie's been in the Human Resource Department for 20 plus years, so she's gonna stay around after the first of the year for 6 months or so to help out with the new person that we're going to hire. So there's going to be a little bit of an overlap in FTEs there. But other than that, her spending, most of the spending you see in that department is in the professional services. And that's the program we have, and I don't know, it's probably been explained to you, but we have something called Life Solutions, where it's an employee program. If you have mental, physical, yes, if you have problems that would, you would need to go to the doctor or just need some help with that. And then we also do, as we all, we do psychological screening before hiring on the police and fire department. We do drug testing for the people that have CDL licenses. So most of that professional services goes to that. And I mean, she does some very small auditing services, but it's legal services, arbitrations, and mostly the drug testing and employee assistance programs. So, and that number stays the same. It's going up a little bit this year just because the contracts we have with these companies go up just a little bit every year. The next department is the Office of Civil Service, and that's basically, you'll see the first line, that's where we pay for the testing, and it looks as though our spending's a little low this year, but we haven't got all the bills and invoices in. That's where we pay the testing for either the police or fire, depending on which year it is, and who's having their tests done. So, yes?
So now that we use the consortium, has would that be the reason for it to go down?
Yeah, police is going to be, yes, a little, that's going to go hair down. The next the next department is the accounting department, which is all the accountants, not the payroll people, Chris Moore's risk management, the bill paying, the cash receipts, and all that stuff. So it's the same number of FTEs last year to this year. The below the line spending is basically the same. The biggest thing there is the office supplies is a lot of the paper products that we have to use, and the other services and charges, the last line item, 4059, is in order to keep all of the documents that flow through our office on an annual basis and follow the rules that we have to follow with regard to, IRS rules and accounting rules. We have everything microfilmed on Laserfiche every year, and that costs a couple bucks every year to have that done. And we also have that done in December. That's why you'll see the one year was $3,200 actual spending, and 1 year $5,500, and then this year to date, we've only spent $865.
But it will go up more
there
closer to the budgeted amount then.
Two of the people in my office, I'm sure everyone's met Janet and Meg up there. They've spent the last 2 or 3 evenings boxing everything up to get it ready to go to have it microfilmed.
I know it isn't a lot of money, Paul, but the overtime wages from 1,500 budgeted, only using roughly 500.
We have Thanksgiving and Christmas, and yes, we'll use it.
But even to budget for now.
Yes, correct. Because the people in my office are here all day, every day, and I don't want Connie to hear this, or Mr. Betza, but they work a lot more than they're
Getting compensated.
correct.
I said it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's the right amount, though, that we're going from 1,500 to 9,000?
Correct. They're going to start getting paid for when they're here.
And they should.
Is that the result of an arbitration
No.
or a union thing or anything?
It's
It's about time then.
yes, correct.
Okay. Anything else I can answer for you?
No, thank you.
Paul,
Yes,
in personnel,
yes.
like some places, some companies have where the people and families maybe have like a walk at the peninsula with a picnic afterwards, or go to the ballpark and have a picnic. Do we have anything at a city hall level to have a time of gathering amongst employees?
Not exactly, like a set time gathering, but Chris Moore sends out, he tries to do the Erie Walks every year, and he has, over the last 10 years, has tried to put together programs like that. And, COVID put a stop to a lot of that, and hopefully once we come out of the pandemic, we can start doing some of those things again. Because I need to walk every day at lunch.
I think it's nice.
No,
that-
I agree.
where you
Absolutely.
like you bring your family.
Yes, no, absolutely, absolutely.
The policemen, they have a picnic. I used to go to like when I was a little girl, they had a picnic at Waldemere for the officers' families. Maybe it's done by the FOP or something like
Yes.
that. But
There-
I'm just like thinking, it's nice to get together outside of work to be with your friendly coworkers.
Well, 2 years ago at Christmas, we had that really good Christmas party up at Union Station. Yeah, that was a good time, and I think everybody,
Oh, that's
yeah,
right. I remember that.
yeah, just because of what's going on
Okay,
with.
I remember that.
Yeah, that was a good thing, and it was a very good party, and I mean, it was well attended, and I think everybody had a good time. Okay, next department is payroll. The biggest thing there, the office supplies, we pay some money for W-2s, and there are still some people that get paychecks, so we have to buy checks every year. And that's the biggest thing, because we're doing some printing, where there's some toner cartridges, and every once in a while we'll need to buy a new printer and that type of thing.
Is there any way to encourage more people to go
We
to
try.
direct deposit?
We do,
I mean, do you think if people knew that it was, it's not a huge amount, but that every little bit counts, that they might be
We've-
willing to do that?
I can't give you an exact number, but we've pushed people in the last 3 to 5 to 8 years. A lot more people now get direct deposit than did, well, I can tell you, than when I started 16 years ago. The number's exponentially higher. But there are still some that still want to receive a check.
Okay, thanks.
Okey-doke. Okay, so, not much spending there. You look below the line, they spend $3,000 a year. And again, most of it is on office supplies. Now, the one, and I would like, and I think every year when we talk about topics for finance committee meeting, and I know nobody really likes listening to me drone on and on about numbers, but maybe sometime we could have Brian King come down early next year when we're still, trying to figure out the January, February, March numbers, and talk about some of the things they do with the IT department and, all just everything they do. Now, in the budget handout book we put in every year, that's going to be on page 14 and 15, some of the things that we spend money on. We have our firewalls, and we pay for internet, and, we have multiple different antivirus programs. And I know everyone's had a chance to look at all these things, so I'm just going to.
Keep saying that, just.
Well, I know you have.
Sarcastically.
No, that's
I
not
can feel
sarcastic.
it.
I know you've read them because you call me up and ask me questions about it. But, I could drone on, I could talk about these things, but I think just you as a council to hear from Brian all the things that he and his group are doing on a daily basis and what they do and how they do it may be a good topic for a finance committee meeting next spring. February, March, because I can't talk to them.
Yeah, remember we had that idea that we would have a different department
Yes,
person come?
and that didn't really work out.
I think because we didn't actually follow up on it, but I think, again, with new council people coming on, I think it would be a perfect way to say, this is what these departments do, this is what their function is, this is what they're spending, and it would be a refresher for you know, veterans on council too.
Liz, can I say I 1,000,000% agree, if there is such a thing as 1,000,000%. But, you know, I tried getting this one and that, you know, and everyone's busy, but I know busy is not an excuse for not giving you the information you need. So again, I'll try this year to schedule, you know, Chuck to come down for one meeting and,
IT would be a good
yeah,
one to
I
start
think that
with,
would be a
though, because
very
it's
good one.
top of mind with cybersecurity and everything. And I think also, you know, you talk to us about, well, do we need all these papers? And at budget time, I do like to get papers, but other times,
We
we could
emailed all
price-
this,
yeah,
I
I
had
know.
Christine email that out to
I
you
know.
today.
I know.
So everyone should have that. The next department is on page 36, the Office of Purchasing, and that's same number of FTEs, one person there, and that's the one that used to be two people, now it's one. A couple years ago, our purchasing manager retired, so one person there. Advertising's the biggest expense there, because a lot of the bids still have to be advertised, like in the newspaper and such, so we spend some money there. And we've gone to a lot of reverse auctions, we've gone to online stuff, reverse raffles, okay, but there are some things that we still have to advertise, so we do spend some money on
And
that.
advertising's up too.
Yeah,
Paul, with ARP funding, like when we're going out, there's going to be thresholds where you have to have bids or sealed bids. Is that factored in here? The fact that we have more money to spend and we're going to likely be doing more
that would really be from a
bidding?
different bucket than what
Okay.
goes on here.
All right.
Then the last before we, oh no, two more I have. Print shop. And as we all know, all the documents, this is the budget books, everything that we print is printed down in the print shop. The biggest expense there is the operating supplies. And for the sheer volume of printing we do, you know, we spend 22, 21, and Randy gave me a notice that he talked to his printing suppliers, and the cost of papers, you know, everything's going up. Paper supposedly is going up another 20% this year, which is a huge number. But
But if we were to sublet that out, it'd be
it would,
twice as much.
yeah, because if years ago, and again, maybe once every 16 years isn't enough, but we looked into outsourcing the print shop, and just because of what needs to be done for everybody, not just your department, but my department, and economic development department, and the mayor's office, and everything that everybody needs done here, to, you know, have to go to one of the local print shops would,
And then you might have to bid all that out for each.
yeah, it
I
would,
mean, I don't know.
it's
seems
very,
In-house on that is
it's very
convenient.
convenient and cost-effective to have it in-house.
Do we have any, like, keys, I mean, to make sure that, I'm not talking about the print shop itself, but that at the copiers, that it's being used for city business versus other stuff, or is it, and I'm going back to a place where I used to work years ago, where we had to take everything to the print shop so that you weren't, you know, making flyers about your picnic at your, you know, or something. Are we making sure that people,
Department heads do, yes.
okay, because I know we used to have a, you know, an actual, you know what I mean? You had to like punch in a number or something so that you weren't using
On
the
a
copy
department by
machine.
department basis, yes. Our printer, and yours as well, when I print, I type in my name and stuff.
Okay.
So, then before we hit general government, for 1 second, and this is,
Paul, I love you.
yes.
We've got
Okay.
less than 8 minutes.
Okay, I will, local match, which is the Economic Development Department, that is on page 65. And this is the department that handles the general fund portion of economic development. So you're gonna talk to Deb Smith right after the first of the year about the CDBG budget and HUD and home and all that stuff. That's not contained here. This is the amounts that they do for the citizens of Erie. that would be general fund related. So you can see that below the line expenses, they spend $50,000 a year, and really the Chamber of Commerce membership's $25,000. So there's not a lot of spending. You know, they might spend, they help pay for it some years, the single audit that we get, and just some different things. So there's not a lot of spending here because most of the stuff is covered in the budget you'll talk about after the first of the year. So those are the various departments. We'll talk to Public Works next week, and the police department, and the fire department. Then I'll go through some of the other, you know, liquid fuels and capital and the like. But the last one I wanted to talk about, and maybe we could save this for another time, Ed, because general government, and I mean, we've all talked, employee payouts and our unemployment compensation, professional services, education and training. I mean, I could go through that, but it's going to take 10 or 15 minutes. But some of the things I want you to look at when you're looking at your budget book on page 67, the employee payouts looks like a high number, but that's really a contractual obligation that we have. When the police and fire retire, any unused sick or vacation time, they get paid out for those things. And normally, I mean, not to be a doomsdayer, but like last year, 6 police officers retired, and each one of them got about $21,000. 5 firemen retired, and they each got about $80,000. And the year before, it was 8 police at $45,000 each, and 16 fire at $93,000 each. So those...
Are we going to hit budget for 21, you know, versus what's budgeted and year-to-date, or are we going to be over, do you think?
Well, at this moment in time, no, but I've talked to both chiefs, and we're not looking at any retirements right now. They're all going to be after the first of the year. So there's a few that are looking to retire after the first of the year.
Is that because they get a better, right?
Yes.
I'm asking you.
Yeah, so we'll go through this some other time, Ed. I'll wrap it up with this. Yeah, no. So just give me one. So the employee payouts, the professional services, everything about this general government budget, there's a real good handout on page 16 of the handout book, the budget handout book, where I list line by line, number by number, what we're going to spend on each one of these line items. Like in professional services, the audit that we just received last week, Berkheimer, our cafeteria plan, legal fees, manufacturers association. I went through line by line on this thing and show what we're spending on each one.
Paul, this is where I did have a question. So we got this, right? This is
That's the financial statements. The
Okay.
single audit is not done yet.
Okay.
That's,
But this is the executive summary,
yes,
is that right?
correct.
Okay, and I just wondered, because we got this at a previous finance
Yes.
committee meeting, but, so I just circled this. This represents a 3.2% decrease from last fiscal year's stated net position. So what does that mean? Is that?
Well, you know, the net position in the CAFR, which used to be the CAFR, now the annual financial report, that's an accounting number, because one of the biggest things that they did with the financial statements about 3 years ago was they included, and we've had Don Betker in to talk to us, Don Betker has talked about how if you look back to those books in 16, 15, 14, there was a different method of accounting for the pension liability in the old books, where there was a new GASB, a Government Accounting Standard Board. There was a new GASB that was put out that made us put in all of the liability of the pensions. So it made a city like us, who are minimally distressed in our pension, it made our our government-wide financial statements look worse. Now, if you check the general fund in the government financial statements to last year, we did have a good year last year, but the government-wide, that's different because that includes everything that would be, and this is not a joke, everything that would be accrual-based. See, I'm gonna start talking stuff. So it did look worse because we had to accrue more things into the liabilities that hadn't been there before.
Okay, okay.
So, but if you look in that book, page 19, 20, or 21, I don't remember exactly what page that is, but whatever page that is that shows the general fund in the government financial statements, we had a good year last year.
Okay.
Okay?
But we don't wanna have too good of a year, most of the time.
Good years are good, but to answer.
There's that gray area.
Yes, that if we have too good a year, sometimes when we go into, I mean, I don't want to speak for Mr. Betts. When we go to contract negotiations, he may have a little bit of a hard time with some of those things. I'm done. And we'll talk about general government, sorry,
question.
Kath, we'll do, Public Works is next week. Chuck and AJ are gonna come in case you have any questions about what they're gonna do. We'll talk about engineering and streets and parks and sewers and refuse and all those departments. I know you have caucus, and I always interrupt and say, anybody have any questions about contracts or purchase orders?
So that's Tuesday for our next
Yes,
budget
otherwise I'm
session.
gonna wrap it up.
Oh, no.
Okay,
Okay, I can do.
Stick around.
I'd rather
Paul,
not.
is Randy Precocious a one-man
Yes, he is.
operation?
He does have he's got a helper. There's a gentleman on the 4th floor, Rob Bush, who if Randy is out, Rob used to work with Randy 15, 16 years ago. And Rob, like when I had my knee done last year and I was off for 3 weeks, if Randy had some, Rob could go down and help out. So we're not, it's not like we would be, having a horrible, it would be bad. Randy's been down there for 20 years. He can do things at the drop of a hat that, I don't want to make him look too, that a normal print person couldn't do. He does a good job.
More paperless, we're trying to do that. I know, that's nickels and dimes.
David, I'd love to.
Because we receive too much paper sometimes.
Yeah, if we had our laptops with us, all this stuff could have been paperless,
Well, I'm not saying that your budgets, I'm just saying in general.
Everything, yeah, it would, we bought new software, accounting software, and Teresa and myself and people we're trying to work on, the new software hopefully, we're trying to go to a paperless bill paying system. We've been at that for a couple weeks.
We'll keep trying.
Yeah, we're trying. Yeah, because the flow of documents would be a lot better if I could email things to you and you could okay them, and yes. Yeah. Kath, anything else?
Dealing with the agenda, Mr. President, you wanted to speak to council about the Airbnb?
Thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
Appreciate your,
Thanks for letting us get a word.
I didn't talk too much tonight. I kept it quiet tonight, right?
It's a lie.
Well, can I thank Tori and Kim, even though they won't speak?
Thank you.
Thank you, Tori and Kim.
I
Thank
asked them, I
you.
said, you two, they know as much as I know, why don't they talk?
I apologize for not thanking you and your team again. And every group of people that come before us are so invested in their department.
We tried, thank you very much.
How are you?
Everyone have a good night.
community caucus, dealing with the agenda. Mr. President, you've had first one.
Yeah, the only item, we've had the issue of the,
Hey, folks, can we have some quiet, please?
We had the issue of the Airbnb or the short-term rental ordinance. We held a public hearing, and the original draft of the ordinance had provisions that it had to be owner-occupied. And
Mayor, they can.
We're still in session here. If you have to talk, could you please go out in the vestibule?
Right now, we're dealing with the Airbnb that is on the agenda for final passage tonight. Mr. Betts has been talking to several folks up in the area in Glenwood, and he has something to share with council so we can make a decision of going forward or not.
so there, if you recall, there was a proposed ordinance that went through the planning commission route, and that proposed ordinance had a couple of provisions, but essentially it allowed short-term rentals within the city, but it regulated them more restrictively in the residential district. One of the original proposed restrictions in the residential district was that the property be owner-occupied, and in essence, that you could only rent it out up to 180 days in a calendar year. After the public hearing, and of course, we've had several people comment at regular meetings in the public comment section, but at the end of that, after the public hearing, there was a suggestion from council that we remove that owner-occupied requirement in the 180 days. And so the ordinance underwent a revision, and that was approved at the first reading, and there has been a request from a number of citizens that there be an additional public hearing to address that specific issue. Now, the law requires that you have a public hearing if you change the property that's being rezoned, which is not occurring here, or if there is a significant change. Of course, the statute doesn't define what a significant change is, and at least the argument from the people that contacted me, and I think they also contacted some of you, is that they're taking the position that it is a significant change. Rather than, I mean, it's up to you. My opinion is that it is not a significant change and does not require another public hearing. But I'll be candid with you that if there was an appeal of the decision and it goes to court, courts have traditionally decided that if you could have had another public hearing, why not do it? And so it would not surprise me that if we enact it, that a court could conceivably send it back here for another public hearing. So although my legal opinion is that you are not required to do so, my gut opinion is that it's probably not a bad idea to hear from all of the citizens that would like to address that issue, pro or con, and hold another public hearing. If you're going to hold another public hearing, you would table the ordinance. If you're inclined not to hold another public hearing and you wish to vote for or against the ordinance, you would simply not vote to table it. You would vote yes or no.
Ed, I understand this, but the information came down pretty late because I had people texting me last night saying, is this still on the agenda? And I said, I checked with Lori and she said yes. So
Well,
I would beg for more timely decisions on this because we had people who planned to be here. Even this afternoon, I got another text from a short-term rental owner. So that's my concern is that, you know, the legal notice was in the paper. People, when they get an agenda, they assume that something's going to happen. But I guess my next question would be, we've already done a first reading. Does the first reading go away, or are we starting from scratch again in between the public hearing and we only have 2 more meetings left this year? So kind of what happens with the ordinance that we gave first reading approval to, and how are we going to squeeze in a public hearing between now and all the budget sessions and the ARP work? And I guess you would say that's up to us, but how are we going to do this?
Well, a couple things. First of all, with the idea of is it on the agenda, it is on the agenda because it was placed on the agenda, and I don't have the authority to pull that, and so I realize that it can create problems, but if you look at it, you have one option or the other. The last thing I would ever want is an item discussed that's not on the agenda, or voted on that's not on the agenda. If we've got to pull something or table it, I realize it can cause inconvenience, but I'd rather err on the side of public notice than not public notice. With regard to how you do it, I think you've touched on a good point, and that my answer is somewhat of a wimpy, it's up to you. But I don't think that you have to have a second, it's my opinion, you don't have to have a second 2 reads. You've already approved one, but the request is to have the public hearing. I have no objection. I tend to like the idea of the public hearing because I think it gives everyone the opportunity to be heard. Even though it's been a long issue and a lot of people have had a chance. I think if somebody really voices a desire to be heard, I think if at all possible, try to accommodate that. In terms of timing, I think that you could do it and either vote for it, against it, before the end of the year. Yes, sir.
Oh, that was the question. It said before the end of the year.
Yeah.
Because I was saying if we were going to have a public hearing, can we just schedule it for the beginning of next year?
You could do that. I mean, I think that the problems with, I guess ultimately I don't know the timing and how it would work. So if what I really need to know from council today is, or ultimately you need to decide is either you're going to vote on this ordinance now or you're going to schedule a public hearing. If you're going to schedule a second public hearing, you would simply announce that and it would be scheduled with the clerk's office at a time that works for council. It is conceivable that that could go into next year, and I know that in some ways I've kind of said to you, do your job, get this issue done, either pro, con, whatever you do, but do it. If it can't be done, then it can't be done. I mean, council will continue to operate, and if people come and go from the members of council, I realize it's not ideal, that some people want to finish it, and it may be an unfair burden to some that are just coming on to council to dump it on their lap. But the other way of looking at it is, I'm not looking at any individual, I'm looking at the whole. Council will address the issue and come up with a decision. So I think you just simply need to decide if you're going to move forward and vote, or if you would decide to have council, whatever council that may be, ultimately hear a second public hearing.
But then if we moved it into next year, when it would become a new ordinance, correct? I mean, we don't do a first reading approval on something in 2021 that goes to a second reading in 2022, or do we?
You could. I mean, that's why I said, those
a different body then too.
I would be less comfortable if the body changes. I would then say I'd sleep better at night if we had 2 readings with the new makeup of that council. But I don't know when this would occur yet, because I don't know if it will occur. It's up to you. And so when the issue comes up, I would suggest that you treat that at the beginning of your session. I do think that there may be people here that wish to speak one way or another. They have every right to be heard tonight if they desire. Right. But if people are dead set that I want to be here for the vote, if we're going to table it, I think it would be helpful to tell them up front.
The will of the board?
So either in caucus we pull it now, or we table it during the meeting,
Or we vote on it?
or we vote on it.
But we have to make that decision. I don't see us having a public hearing on it before the beginning of the new year. That's a problem. I don't.
Just with.
Lori's coming in now, but we got a full plate.
But
Well,
isn't it
we-
incumbent
we-
on
it
us?
is-
We've been talking about this really for more than a year. We had a study session in September of 2020, and we're talking about maybe being unfair to the people who are pro or con, but what about the people that are operating businesses? So, I mean, if we want to push it to next year, if that's the decision, but I just think that we need to bear responsibility for screwing around with this for better than a year.
I agree with that.
He suggested December 1st council meeting. I have a email into the stenographer if she's available, and I have to advertise.
Do we know if she's available?
She didn't get back to me, I just asked her tonight, well,
That's the biggest problem, is having, there's not too many of those people around.
But, again, I think if you decide that you wanna, if you set the framework, we can make anything happen. I mean, it's conceivable you might need to have a special meeting. I don't know if that's a viable option. It may be able to be tailed on to another budget type meeting. But I would not worry. I know we've traditionally used the same court stenographer. There are other stenographers out there that would be able to handle this. So I'm not looking to.
Right, I know what you're saying,
So
I'm just telling you what Laura said.
I think really the issue for council is not when are we gonna do it or how are we gonna do it. We can address that really more administratively. It's, are we voting on the ordinance, or do you wanna allow another public hearing?
Council people, are we voting on it tonight, or are we doing a public hearing? Want to go around the table?
I'm ready to vote.
Ready to vote,
I'm
David?
flexible.
Public
Whatever
hearing.
you guys-
Public hearing.
Okay, one each, public hearing and
public hearing.
2 public hearings. Mel? I mean, he's flexible.
Depends on you. No.
I am suggesting that we do a public hearing because of what Ed had just said. We don't want to have legalities in the
That's
long
4.
run.
Perfect.
All right, so then we will do it as a second public hearing. I will work with the clerk to get that
Try to get in
scheduled.
December. Folks, if you're here for this issue, you can remain and have your say, because we have ears and we remember what you're gonna say 2 weeks from now or whatever.
But
So,
there is gonna be another public.
it's gonna be another public hearing. We beat this horse down the road many times.
One more beating is not a bad idea.
So that's what we'll do then.
Miss,
Do we table it or pull it?
it would be tabled.
Table it? All right.
Mr. Stramella pointed out that the microphone's not picking everyone up. We need to speak directly into the microphone.
Okay. Anything else on the agenda that we need to address or want to address? If not, then we can,
I have one thing, bring up if I can find it. Hey, on the transfers, let's see. Okay, on the transfers, there's, 185,000 that was awarded to GM, what's that, GMA? Yeah, GMA, and then it was awarded to Beacon. Question is, according to GMA, they did not receive a courtesy phone call telling them that they, some of the money was taken from what they were granted, number one. Number two, giving the money to a organization or a business outside of Erie when we have a minority contractor able to perform the same duties. I think a phone call, at least a courtesy phone call, to tell the individual that they are pulling some of that money that was awarded to them. So when we get to that point, Mr. President, I'm going to vote no.
thank you, Mr. Willis. Wayne, I'm trying to find it myself. Here it is. Did GMA assist?
Where is that? I'm trying to find a number.
Transferred from, yeah.
Wait, Mel, I was wondering if you could redirect your question, that maybe Renee or Kathy could share some light on that topic.
That's actually Deb Smith's office, so unfortunately she's not here tonight.
I'm actually on the call if
I
I'm
don't
able
wanna
to
speak
speak
on her
later.
behalf, but,
I'm, Deborah Smith's actually on the
what
call.
apparently happened is some of the CARES funding went unspent in some of these. She's on?
Yes, I'm on the line. And in reference to GMA, their contract expired back in July. Mr. Crenshaw was aware of that. We spoke on a couple occasions. And so actually, the funding that was awarded to him actually expired.
Witherspoon, you,
Well,
right, moving right along, we're okaying a lot of money in this budget, in this agenda tonight, and it's, somebody has Mr. G's, okay? But I think it's important to understand that right now, we're okaying the monies, but the specific buckets of where the money is gonna go will come to us again for the vote, is that right? Renee? Okay.
Could you, that's not, once we,
What? Talk.
if I understand this correctly, once we transfer money, we lose span of control over the money. If you're in the audience, is that correct? Well, we'll start with the RACE, the Redevelopment Authority. It's true. I don't want to bring anyone else in the caucus. So should we bring other people into the caucus conversation?
Sorry, thank you. The money is being transferred along with the intergovernmental agreement that's before you. So they would have to spend the funding according to the the contract.
Right, and so in that contract I didn't see any language that said that we could pull the funding if they didn't execute in any of these specific areas. And I think that's the concern, because between the two administrators, one said if they were unsuccessful, they would reprogram it within the redevelopment authority. And the other person said that it would be sent back to the city of Erie to be reprogrammed. And I think that needs to be dealt with in the memorandum of understanding between the two agencies, between the government transferring to the agent and, in the receiving agency.
We do have a clause in the intergovernmental agreement, because this is a little unique. They will have 5 years, 2026, to spend the funding according to the intergovernmental agreement. If progress reports have to be submitted to the city based on a policy that we establish, and if that funding is not progressing and is not being spent in a manner that we believe is going to expend the funding by 2026 in the specific buckets, according to the intergovernmental agreement, then we will have every right to take that funding back or ask that. They will have to come to us, sorry.
So,
In another scenario, if they're seeing that the loan funds are not being spent at a rate that other grant programs are being funded, they could come back to the city and say, we think there's a bigger need in this bucket that we're seeing, and we would like to reallocate that funding. So
Right.
if they're making a change to the intergovernmental agreement, according to the 8 programs, they have to come back to the city and ask for that change to be reprogrammed. Yes. So it's the same bucket, but if they want to move it around, they have to come back to you and ask for that money to be moved around.
And Kathy,
of course, I did not actually see that language in the contract, which I didn't go over it like with a lawyer or anything, but I didn't, so, okay.
Kathy, with all the funds, there's going to be reporting. So you're going to be seeing how the money's being spent, if they're carrying out, and then measuring it against when it needs to be completed. Correct.
That is correct.
Okay.
At this point, we don't know the timeliness of those progress reports. It'll be probably more of an internal guide that we want to establish. It will at least be annually, but it will more than likely be on a 6-month basis because we do have to be cognizant of the time. If the redevelopment authority or economic community development, whatever you approve, if that funding is not being spent, we don't think that money is going to be out the door by 2026. We have an obligation to find other ways to get that funding out the door, or it's going back to Treasury, and we don't want that to happen. So that'll be an agreement and something
Do
that,
people on the street know who's getting the money already? Okay, I don't wanna, I sent Renee a message, that we heard a very nice
It's already
plan.
been allocated.
It's already been allocated to somebody, and I couldn't find it in the agenda. I'm all for it.
No,
but
nothing's been allocated
Nothing's
yet.
been allocated.
People have asked,
People
people have been meeting with us. We have explained that until this is passed by city council, we don't have an application process. Once it's passed, people can apply. We're actually meeting with our ARP Council of Advisors tomorrow at 11 o'clock. They're helping us develop a scorecard, and we have a project review team that Chris will be working with Chris Groner to evaluate all the applications that come in based on that scorecard.
Can council get a copy of those people who are applying? Just to keep us,
Yeah, I don't see why not.
And
Yeah, I
we're
mean,
all
you're-
invited to that meeting tomorrow,
Yes.
remember? You
Yeah.
should have all gotten an invitation from Jackie Spry. Originally, we had the 3 of us, and now it's all of council can
That's
come
right.
on to that meeting tomorrow.
Yes.
and just to clarify, the transfer that's being requested, let's say for race tonight, that is going into a bucket. They will develop the programs and application process in a way that people, homeowners, property owners can apply for that funding, those loans, grants, what have you. Just to be, they will, in their progress report, tell us who's getting the funding, how it's being spent, how it's being progressing. So we're not anticipating, I just want to make sure, we're not anticipating, you want to see all the people who are, you just want.
we just wanna have a basic idea if people call us and say, hey, I heard this and this and that, you know.
Well, that's going to be on the council agenda. So like, for instance, we got 65 eligible applications for flagship fund. Of those 65, Chris and Jen went through, separated them out. There were about 20 minority businesses that they want to use the ARP funding to support, and then like another 20 or 25. So that will all appear on the agenda once those awards are made. They'll be very transparent.
But that's the whole point.
Yeah.
I'm getting calls and, congratulating us for doing this. I didn't know we were doing it.
Put it this way, it almost sounds like some decisions were already made, who's gonna get it behind the scenes.
Yeah.
It's not gonna happen.
Right, no.
Nobody likes.
It's been done. And that's the thing, how do people in the city know where money's going and the people in this council do not know?
No
That's
decisions,
a tragedy in the process in the city.
no decisions have been made. People have come in and met with us, they've met with the mayor, they've talked to different members of the team. We have been explaining all along that until council passes these buckets, we have no applications. We can send you so many times we've explained to people, we don't have an application process yet. As soon as we do, we will let you know and you can apply.
Thank you, Renee.
Yeah.
Anything else for the good of the order?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Jen.
I haven't been to the mayor's roundtable lately on Thursdays. That's held once a month at, now I
The
guess.
disability
Right,
roundtable? Yeah.
Disability Roundtable. Will any of the funding go to ADA accessible street light conversions so that people who are blind can cross the street safely?
So in December, according to our schedule, we're coming to you to ask for an allocation for public space improvements and parks. As part of that, you can define where you want those improvements to occur. So really the laundry or the menu items that you can select from are vast when you think about it. So City Council and Public Works, who also understands the need, is going to give you that selection criteria and say, you decide, do you want this? Because funding, and that's the participatory budgeting piece of it. Not only do we ask residents, what is your needs and desires, but there's only limited funding. And if you want to put it into pedestrian signals, that's going to take from other areas. Sidewalk replacement, crosswalk, safe routes to schools, park improvements, lighting, street trees. The list can go on and on. So to answer your question, will you get to help us decide where that goes? But there is limits to the funding.
Right.
And so you fund one, and then there's going to be less for other improvements. But when you ask public space improvements, we can understand the magnitude of what that can include.
And that can just grow so huge.
So you
everything isn't gonna get addressed that probably needs to be addressed. And I think that goes back to the 5 million looking for the matching funds.
Right.
It's about prioritizing. Where do we need to start first? What's the greatest need in the world that you live in the world that the residents are working and moving in, and in what we have found in our planning processes and community engagement. It's not going to be an easy process. We're not going to know that December, but you're going to say, we want to figure that out over the next couple of years, and we're going to make those decisions through this budgeting process. It's a long answer to not really give you an answer, Kathy, but
Thank you.
possibly.
Not as much money that's probably gonna be used.
Absolutely.
$5 million that's going to, after the 76 goes to, 71 goes there, whatever else, that's really an unacceptable model.
I sent you a 23rd hour text, Renee, and it's probably unfair to bring it up now, but it is a question that several folks have brought up to me too. With the stormwater, why aren't we sending bills to Mill Creek, Summit, Harbor Creek, and Fairview, those places that use our water? That water's coming right back down to Lake Erie, and a good part of it.
we have-
Interstate 79 dumps all of its water right back into us.
Can I speak to that?
I didn't ask
As-
you, I asked Renee.
I know. However, I would like to let people know that Sue Weber, who is the Mill Creek Township Supervisor, called me the morning that my op-ed ran in the paper and said, Liz, I worked on this in Mill Creek 20 years ago, couldn't get it passed. So I know that Jim Winarski is going to County Council. Wouldn't it be great if we looked at this as a regional asset? We now have a someone who will be a former city council person who knows the burden that the city assumes and maybe could work on this so that there is a regional stormwater fee. But we don't have that right now. We don't have that ability. I didn't mean to
No,
interrupt,
that's
Renee,
fine.
but
No, you did
I'm
great.
very passionate about this, and
That
and
was
I
the question.
agree.
That's-
I
don't
agree.
know.
I agree, but we don't have the vehicle
This
right
makes so
now to
much
do it.
sense.
Yeah.
Well, who's
So
gonna-
maybe we can all
Does that go to the
advocate
state
for that.
legislature then, Liz, or where does it go?
Me?
Where do we go with it? State legislature? Who gives us that ability to,
Jim Winarski.
Everybody's
County.
coming on to Jim Winarski.
County.
Yes.
Goes to the
Jim
county?
Winarski is not for this stormwater fee at this time.
But
Or
would you
Renee-
be?
Renee,
would-
could-
I know that, but would you be for it if it was a regional fee?
yeah?
And I very possibly could be.
Well then, okay. We know what first committee assignment you're going to have when you get to county council.
And you'll
Well,
call
I'll
me up and let me know?
We can actually. It wouldn't be a bad idea for us to go to a county council meeting. They meet on Tuesday nights, not Wednesday, and we can all speak up.
Renee, can you start with a cooperation agreement between municipalities instead of forcing on the
That's
council?
what the COG was supposed to do. That's what the cog
I mean,
was
if there's some
supposed to do in
agreement and cooperation
1988.
between municipalities, it'd be more of a support.
This is probably stepping without, but even actually before local municipalities could levy a stormwater fee, it was only permitted within regional authorities. So you would, essentially it's what you're talking about, is creating a regional authority who would collect the fee and then maintain the system on a regional level, and it wouldn't be put on the backs of each municipality. That's really what you're talking about.
Right.
Or a single, yes. It's much like what you have your water authority that does that. They work beyond the city boundaries on the system as a whole.
It's a little
So-
bit of asphalt at the Mill Creek Mall, as an example. A lot impervious.
It is.
Yeah.
It is.
That's what I'm
That's
saying,
probably why Mill
unfair.
Creek, when they're under their study, they were looking at a much higher
Rate.
rate because they have more need. But that's how you would create a regional authority, and then you would take all of those assets and put them into the regional authority.
And that's why at this point,
You don't
although,
need state legislation. is what I'm saying.
although we have an influx of 10 million set aside as a city municipality through our ARP funding, before we jump on the taxpayers' back and add a fee to them in the city, let's do a little more research regionally and see if that's an option and if that's something that can be done possibly here in the near future.
I don't think that the near future, I'm sorry, let me speak, I'm sorry, should have asked. In the near future, let's look at the near past, where we had a stormwater collapse in July that cost us $1.5 million. We have a report from Public Works about 7 projects. 6 of them are stormwater, 1 is sanitary sewer. We are the oldest. We have probably, and I don't know for sure, but I'm guessing we probably have the oldest pipes,
It's a matter
more
of
than
time.
100 years old.
We know that.
And we know that regional cooperation is a real slog. I mean,
Yeah.
if I were confident that we could get something done in 6 months in 2022, I'd be like, hey, yeah. But let's think about every time that there has been a movement to try and have some regional cooperation. It hasn't occurred. You'll remember when the city of Erie, with Joe Weindorf, tried to see if we could have a joint police force with Wesleyville and Lawrence Park. Shot down, never happened. You'll remember when Mill Creek tried to get a question on the ballot, I think, about a possible merger. They couldn't even get that passed. So I don't see anybody jumping up and down to create a
Liz, I'm
regional.
sorry,
Okay.
but we have to get the meeting.
One last point, and I'll be done, Mr. President, if I would.
Okay.
We do have a $1.2 trillion, that's a lot of zeros, of an infrastructure plan that was passed by the federal government. I believe some of that could trickle down our way, which there again, don't know when and don't know how much, but having the initial 10 million from ARP funding to get our needs started with the stormwater management, we can get it started and then see what happens down the road a little bit. You know, I think a little bit we're putting the cart before the horse, but there again, there's more funding coming from the federal government, and who knows, maybe we don't have to put another fee or tax on the taxpayers. That's all.
The
Thank you.
fee is $12, $24, $36 for residential.
On top of
And-
sewer and garbage.
And
Okay,
we
we'll take a
have-
break here and have
Right,
our,
but we,
And it-
ARP funding has to be sustainable. It's not that you go and use it for maintenance and.
Yeah.
I know you're passionate.
Anybody here to speak about a repository sale? It's a bid with the county on a piece of land.
Hey, Chad, call him up.
Please come out to the dais.
Thank you. And David. Sorry for the delay, folks, but you saw what was going on. Mr. Brennan should be out in a second, but we can start the meeting, Larry.
Roll call for the city council meeting of Wednesday, November 17th, 2021 at 7:30 p.m. Mr. Brzezinski, Ms. Allen, Mr. Brennan, Mr. Keys, Mrs. Schaaf, Mr. Winarski, Mr. Witherspoon. I have a motion and I need a second to table council file number 16250.
So moved.
Okay, Ms. Allen, and I need a second.
Second.
This is on Airbnb, so everybody knows what we're talking about. Okay.
Voting on tabling the resolution, Ms. Allen, Mr. Brennan, Mr. Keys, Mrs. Schaaf, Mr. Winarski, Mr. Witherspoon, Mr. Brzezinski.
Okay, that will be tabled, and if we get the word from the stenographer, we will have a hearing first meeting in December. Lori, is that correct?
We're working on that, yes.
Okay. Hopefully that's what will happen. Okay, moving right along, we have silent meditation. A word from Mr. Keys, and
I also need to approve the minutes of the November 3rd, 2021 City Council meeting and bills for payment on November 19th and 26th. Ms. Allen, Mr. Brennan, Mr. Keys, Mrs. Schaaf, Mr. Winarski, Mr. Witherspoon, Mr. Brzezinski.
Mr. Witherspoon.
I'd like to send the condolences out to the Blanks family. We lost Kenny Blanks, who was a coach at Strong Vincent, a coach at McDowell High with Coach Flynn. Very athletic family and an Erie family. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Keys.
Moment of silence, please. Dear Heavenly Father, we just thank you for gathering us in this assembly today so that we can make prudent judgments and good decisions on the behalf of the city of Erie. We thank you for the empowerment. We ask that your spirit help us and that you stay with us. We want to acknowledge those who are in grief, including the Blanks family. I'm sorry to hear about Mr. Kenny Blanks. I worked with Mr. Kenny Blanks. And we like to always keep those who are least fortunate among our prayers. We ask this in your name. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Repositories? Any comments on repository sales? Repository sales? Nobody here for repository sales. All right, that takes us to public comments. Are we going with the live people first and then the Zoom? Okay. When you come up, give us your name and address, please, and you'll be on the clock.
My name's Freda Tepfer, live at 1730. Can you hear me okay?
No.
Is this thing on?
It should be green.
The green light there?
But it's like way down there.
Okay, I'll start you.
Okay. My name's Freda Tepfer, live at 1738 West 23rd Street in Erie. I was paying stormwater fees in Washington State in 1990. fees, stormwater fees will make it possible to more equitably spread the cost of stormwater management because the nonprofits would have to pay. It's past time for us to have a stormwater fee. I think there's aspects of work that might need to be done that could be handled, that could be augmented by the funds of the infrastructure bill or the ARP funds, but this is a long-term regular program that needs to be established. And I just don't know why you're waiting, who you're waiting for. That's my comment on stormwater. I'm concerned, Perry Square Alliance is mentioned in the items 9, 10, and 11 in the new business, and they do not allow the public to attend their meetings. I'm concerned that we give over so much of our park maintenance and management to an organization that operates in a black hole. I would like to see, as part of the project 9, 10, and 11 in new business, restrooms. It's well past time that we have restrooms in Perry Square. And there's items 9, 10, and 11 talk about a lot of streetscape work. It's very important that the sidewalk closures be managed in a way to ensure adequate pedestrian access. We have now several examples of sidewalk bypasses by EDDC, by Richford Arms, and the Warner Theater, and the city can do that too. The closing of the sidewalk should be the exception, not the rule. We can forego parking to provide a sidewalk access. So there's about $1.7 million going from several different funds to Beacon Communities for projects at Richford Arms. I hope that the city has some kind of agreement to ensure that Richford Arms remains a low-income housing for seniors and people with disabilities, that they don't take all this money and then turn around and turn it into a market rate housing. I hope that the, quote, affordable housing in the ARP plan is actually for low income, not just middle income. Also, item 9, 10, 11 in new business talk about picnic tables. And I'm concerned that these should be available to anybody, no matter whether they're buying food from the food hall or not, and that these picnic tables should be accessible to people with disabilities. They should be ADA accessible, and they should have wayfinding so that people who are blind and visually impaired can find them. And since items 9, 10, and 11 on new business are RACP state funded, they should be complying with the governor's recent policy order to require projects receiving state funding to provide the Commonwealth minimum wage, which is currently $13.25 an hour, and paid sick leave. Okay, and that's pretty much what I have to say, but really, we need a stormwater fee. It's time to just stop messing around. It was in the newspaper that you guys were going to act on it today, and then you pulled it. It's time. Thank you.
Sir? Good evening. My name is Howard Bibbs. I reside at 2931 Chestnut Street. I am here today to talk about this stormwater. I'm here to talk about a whole bunch of things I can get in 5 minutes. First of all, I'd like to say this is the first time I've been here since I ran for school board, so that was a while ago. And those that was around then, they understand one thing about me. I looked at the order of how things are being done. I've always looked at the order of how things are being done throughout my whole life. I feel with the stormwater, I don't care what the city does, long as everybody is participating. It's one thing, let me just say this. I worked out in Fairview, and we had, the company that I worked for, we had people come in all the time, representative directors, some of our salespeople, so forth. And every time they would leave, my boss, which was the VP, he would come to me and say, Howard, aren't these very nice people? And you know what I told him over 100 times straight in a row? The devil was very nice in the beginning too. And it just seems that our city was very nice in the beginning, but it seems like the devil just took our city. Everybody wants to put all the pressure on the people that live in the city. Now, the mayor made a comment about fees. We went from no tax for 5 years, which when he said that, we were already been paid the tax for that 1 year. Now it's no tax for 3 years. Pretty soon it's going to be no tax for 2 years. And there's a reason for having fees, because fees don't show up on the computer when you're comparing a city to a city. They don't show up on the computer. So, you know, that's just a problem to me. That's a problem to me. And then the other thing I don't appreciate the fact that people get on TV and they want to gloat about what they're doing. This is nothing to gloat about, saying that, well, city council then told me that people on Social Security is on fixed income, but I know that they're going to get a nice raise, so I should be able to take a few dollars from them. Okay, so if we're going to get a nice raise, fine. People on Social Security got mortgages. We're not on welfare. We're on Social Security. That means we worked at one time. It just isn't right that everything that wants to be done downtown is put on the people that live here. And we're doing this for people that don't even live here. These people don't live here. They come here, make the money, and the same thing I said when I was running for school board. They head south with the money. They don't pay no taxes here. They don't do nothing. They don't even go to Wendy and buy a sandwich here. So no money is being spent here, just taken from here. But the pressure comes down on people that lives here. We don't have no money. And you keep doing what we're doing. We said somebody said 5,000 people left the city. But I believe it was more than 10,000 people that left the city. You know, I was listening, I was at Tops, and I was listening to 3 old white ladies talk, beautiful ladies, tell you the truth. I should have been talking to them. But they said, no, it's about 10,000. The only thing I didn't appreciate about what they said about our mayor, they called the mayor feral.
Yeah. Mr. Bibbs, we shouldn't address.
Oh, I'm sorry. Personally. I'm sorry. I apologize to the mayor, but you know, that bothered me. That bothered me. But there's a lot of things that bother me when you deal with economics. The least little things bother me. But all I know is if people are using water all the way up there, and that water's coming down all the way down here, the flood is coming because we extended ourselves too far out. If we have any floods in this city, it's because we went too far out with the water company. We got money from the water company, and I will bet you if you read whatever it says in whatever act that is under, it probably says take care of the sewer first. Don't just go up there and take care of this, this, and this and say, I took care of this, I took care of this, and I took care of this. That money probably should have went towards taking care of the sewer first. Somebody need to look into that. And another thing, I don't think everything should be left on a team to do it when we have a city council that can do some things too. If need be, I'll do some things. But no more needs to be done for the poor people in this town, because that's all that's going to be left in this town. It's gonna be the poor people. Everybody rich done got the hell out of here. And they're still trying to get out of here. I would bet you within the next 4 years, we'll lose another 5,000 people, and I would bet you on that.
Thank you, Mr. Bibbs. Your 5 minutes is over.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Council. My name is Jeremy Blazer. I reside at 8480 Wattsburg Road. I also am the Executive Director of the East Bayfront East Side Task Force. I was here at the last meeting to speak on behalf of our support for the ARP funding. The housing plan has been put forth before you, item 15 on your agenda. Again, I'm here to urge you to consider that and pass it. We have spent quite a bit of time in helping work with the Redevelopment Authority, advise, help them tweak that program. It's urgent that it is passed soon. As I think you've been educated, but I just want to emphasize, if these funds are not passed before the end of 2021, that means that neighborhoods that I work in, that I represent, will not be eligible potentially for some of these funds. The funds will go toward items such as removal of blight. I'm here to tell you that in the 30 blocks that I work in and represent, we still have issues of blight. We've done a lot of work on the issue, but there's still more to be done. New housing production. So to create opportunities for new houses. There's been new houses built in the neighborhood. My agency has built 22. The Habitat for Humanity company has built a few more, but we're still in need of more new houses. We have lots of vacant land, and we would love to have new residents operate in our neighborhood. Rental investment. Our rental properties in our neighborhood need a lot of work. This is additional funds that would be available to landlords to allow them to improve in the properties that they are housing people in today, some of them abysmal conditions. Would also allow for brand new housing, for new rental opportunities to be developed in our neighborhood. Homeowner rehabilitation, so to help those that own homes in our neighborhood rehab their homes, to improve them, to make them more efficient, to remove code violations. Small minority qualified contractors, as I said last week, we don't have enough people to do the work. We would love opportunities to have more individuals that are qualified and are competent to work on the homes in our neighborhood. And lead control. We know that our neighborhood is one of the oldest in the area. We have many homes that were built prior to the time frame and have a lot of lead problems. So again, I urge you to consider this. I know there's been issues and been discussions over holding these funds up. I urge you, no more political games. Please pass this. It is very important to our neighborhood and is urgent that we are not left out in the wind. Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is John Bookna. I reside at 1150 Isles Avenue in Lake City, PA 16423. I also am the chairman of the Erie Downtown Partnership at 140 East 5th Street and 6507. I too am here tonight to support and ask that you do pass the Department of Community and Economic Development's plan to deploy these ARP funds to benefit our community. As Jeremy and others have said in recent weeks, you know, it comes into the reality of urgency, and as we've said before, and we'll say again, strong neighborhoods, strong downtown, strong neighborhoods, making a community. The other point I would like to ask council is the fact that items 9, 10, and 11 involve the RACP funds. And a point of context, 2010, our organization worked with the City of Erie to develop this downtown streetscape master plan. In 2016, there was a realization that there were downtown revitalization funds that were available, that we started working on to organize the application, of which myself, John Tushak, city engineer, and others worked to submit this application in 2017. This administration took office in 2018 with this application at the state, into the fact that now you are having an opportunity to deploy some funds that will truly make a difference, that when looking at the activating the vision that was developed to create a world-class downtown in Bayfront, these funds are critical in the use of the streetscape to make those improvements so that we can literally have that world-class downtown in Bayfront. So we urge you to pass these, support these 3 different resolutions that are on the agenda for this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. My name is Karen Sullivan. I live at 4625 Upland Drive in Erie. My comments concern the proposed ordinance regarding short-term rentals. Somewhere during this ongoing conversation on short-term rentals, I think the council has unintentionally missed the point. The majority of my neighbors in the Glenwood Association are not against short-term rentals in Erie. We're against them in R1 zone neighborhoods. It would be my guess that council would want to maintain and protect single-family neighborhoods. Passing your current proposal would completely change the character and quality of the area. There would be a revolving door of strangers coming and going on a weekly basis. Homes could be purchased where the buyers never have to live in the house. They could rent it out weekly. Can you imagine what a neighborhood would look like if it was overrun by transient rentals? This is a very real possibility. I would also like to clarify a few comments that were made at the October 20th City Council meeting. The owner of the short-term rental at 4706 Upland Drive commented that she was being singled out. It's the property that's being singled out because it is a transient rental in an R1 neighborhood, which is against Erie City zoning laws. She mentioned that she had 200 reservations over the last 5 years. I would like to remind you that those were 200 illegal reservations. There have also been comments to the fact that short-term rentals do not lower home values. Over the last 2 years, both the houses to the north and south of 4706 Upland Drive have been sold. One was sold for 41% less and the other for 49% less than current market values. Adding transient houses is not going to improve this percentage or add to Erie's tax base. The Pennsylvania Supreme Court ruled that short-term rentals are not permitted in R1 zone neighborhoods. In August 2018, Judge Dimitrovich held up the Pennsylvania Supreme Court ruling. Why would council want to override the Pennsylvania Supreme Court? I understand that you're trying to write an ordinance for the entire city. I'm asking that you reconsider your current decision and ban short-term transient rentals in Erie's R1 neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Michael Sullivan, same address. My wife did a great job there. 4625 Upland Drive, Erie, Pennsylvania. This is really for the mayor. Mayor, good seeing you. On March 25th of this year, the mayor is quoted in the paper saying, the mayor says he wants to let residents know their voices are being heard and that he will continue to listen. This is regarding the property out of Coquin, the bridge out there. So I say to the mayor, Mr. Mayor, we have 269 families that make up the Glenwood Association. 84% of these families are opposed to short-term rental. Here's the list of them. There's 6 pages. And Mr. Mayor, I'd be more than happy to give you a copy, or Mr. Brzezinski a copy of the names and addresses if you'd like. So when you hear this saying that the neighborhood is in favor, they're not in favor. Again, 84% have said they're absolutely opposed to short-term rentals. And I ask about Glenwood. We don't ask for a lot in Glenwood. We've paid, I was a former president of the board years ago, in the last 8 or 9 years, and I looked it up. We spent over $25,000 with Lakeshore Industries in the last 8 years. We've paid for every street sign in Glenwood. They're beautiful. They get broken, we put an order in Lakeshore, we get another one. We've never asked the city for a dime. We coordinate with Penelec for all the new lighting and anything we need in the neighborhood. And it's out of our pocket. If there's out of pocket, we pay for it. A lot of you may not know, Mr. Mayor, we pay for all the maintenance of the boulevards, okay? We've taken that burden off the city, and we do all the landscaping, the mulch, trimming all the bushes, et cetera, et cetera. Again, all on our nickel, okay? We have alleys behind our homes in Glenwood, and I have to say, the alleys are a disaster. Anybody can go up and look at them. They're falling apart bit by bit. They're unsafe. One was done this year. I have no idea how many alleys we have, but it has to be 20 plus. So what do we get for our taxes? We have certainly the highest, some of the highest taxes in the city. It's a lovely neighborhood. I am privileged to live in the neighborhood. And I always ask, why would anybody want to tear the fabric apart of an R1 neighborhood? You just can't explain it to me well enough about someone that wants a motel next to 504 Frontier, where the mayor lives. I used to spend a lot of time in his house. I knew the old owners. Is this what we want to do? Is this what we talk about? When John Buckner says about strong neighborhood, strong city, is this what we want to do? I have a personal friend that lives on Lincoln Avenue. He owns 2 properties on Lincoln Avenue right now, and a third one, hopefully, he is planning, it's coming up for sale. And he's talked about, if the ordinance passed, what you're talking about, tearing all 3 properties down and putting up a mini micro boutique motel at the foot of Lincoln. I guess it would be allowed. Mrs. Morris has 3 or 4 bedrooms. She rents out. It's a motel. That's what we're talking about here. So would that be allowed on Lincoln Avenue? It's just a motel. It's a business. Why wouldn't it be? So that's conversation is going to happen, and he's already, I think, reached out to some different authorities or whatever he has to talk to. But it's just a motel. Why can't a motel go in an R1? That's what we're talking about now. We already have them. So I appreciate the time, Mr. Mayor. I've seen it. And again, please listen. 84% of the families in Glenwood do not want short-term rentals. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr.
Hello, my name is Georgiana Ely. I live at 4524 Cherry Street. I'm here to speak about the ordinance that my co-residents have spoken about. It seems both disheartening, while progressive cities of the world like Amsterdam, Barcelona, London, Miami, and New York are putting restrictions on Airbnbs. The Erie City Council wants to eliminate the restrictions on Airbnbs in R1 neighborhoods. Many Pennsylvania cities, townships, and boroughs are restricting. Pardon me? This? Okay. Many Pennsylvania's cities, townships, and boroughs are restricting Airbnbs and banning them altogether. A partial list is as follows. Philadelphia is limiting the amount of days Airbnbs can operate to 180 days per year and requiring that the owners are in residence. Hamilton Township bans Airbnbs in R1 districts and requires the owners to be present in other zones. Paradise Township is proposing an ordinance banning Airbnbs because of noise, trash, and general nuisance. Bellefonte is revising its ordinance to exclude Airbnbs from residential areas into commercial zones. Gettysburg, STR, short-term rentals are limited to a portion of personal residence, to be on person. Middle Smithfield, STR owners must live on the premises. Franklin Township does not permit STRs. Mahoning Township, STRs are not allowed in single-family dwellings. These cities have realized from study after study that Airbnbs have a negative impact on neighborhoods, from housing issues to crime control. The city of Erie loses populations year after year, yet the residents of R1 zone areas who pay the highest residential taxes, maintain their properties, and provide safe, highly livable neighborhoods will be negatively impacted by this proposed ordinance. The Supreme Court of Pennsylvania has already ruled that there is no transient housing in R1 zoned areas, yet this city council has decided to ignore this ruling and make an ordinance of its own devising. We reside in an R1 neighborhood. We who reside in residents of an R1 neighborhood are committed to living in the city of Erie despite its problems and cannot comprehend why city council would want to change the meaning of R1 zoning. Mrs. Morris, as did others who operate Airbnbs in R1 neighborhoods they knew they were in violation of zoning ordinances, yet continued to do so in spite of court orders and resolutions passed by the zoning board. Interestingly enough, Mrs. Morris resides is listed as a member of Hacienda del Sol Homeowners Association in Merritt Island, Florida. This is an SFS, single family housing. I had a conversation with a realtor down there. They do not allow Airbnbs in Mrs. Morris's neighborhood where she is a permanent resident. Glenwood has one of the most, if not the most, diversified neighborhoods in R1 zoning. We have African Americans, Latinos, Indians, Filipinos, Bhutanese, and Bosnians. I recently had a conversation with a new resident. Eugene and his family were living in a Congolese refugee camp, and he purchased a home on Wood Street in Glenwood. I asked him, gee, Eugene, how did you end up here in our neighborhood? He said, I wanted a better neighborhood for my children. He has one son in Barron and one son at the Academy, the old Academy School. So what do I say to Eugene as an explanation when an Airbnb opens up next to him with all the problems to ensue? Sorry, Eugene, this used to be a stable single-family dwelling neighborhood, but City Council decided to change all that. In closing, R1 zoning is designed for one use only, to maintain stable, livable neighborhoods. It is extremely unfortunate that Erie City Council wants to deny this to R1 residents. Thank you.
My name is Ted Ely. I reside at the same address as my wife who spoke previously. I want to start with saying, I'm not a politician, so I don't know how to address you except to present the facts and the truth and hope you will keep an open mind. The amendment is a result of various problems that we had with Airbnbs, noise, trash, wastewater being dumped on the street, parties, and other problems that we had. We filed suit. We spent 2.5 years litigating. We won 2 lawsuits, and the zoning board had denied the recipient, the defendant, the fact that Mrs. Morse could no longer have an Airbnb, although she's still operating it. And there's still another one in the city, or in our area. So now council seeks to amend the code to allow her to operate along with other absentee landlords. The present amendment allows absentee landlords to rent their Airbnb all year round. The lack of a residency requirement and the 180 days requirement will allow developers, entrepreneurs, speculators to have short-term rentals, including houses without supervision. We believe that absentee landlords will degrade and cause problems, especially in R1 neighborhoods, as we have seen in the past. And I'd like to quote an authority on this. There is a growing concern in the community with a general decline in the physical condition of residential rental units. City records indicate that there is a greater incidence of problems with the maintenance and upkeep of residential properties which are not owner-occupied as compared to those that are owner-occupied. City records indicate that there are a greater number of disturbances in residential rental units than all properties combined. And city records indicate that the violations of various codes are generally less severe in owner-occupied units as compared to residential rental units. My authority is the rental section 330.0B1, 2, 3, and 4 of the City of Erie Rental Code. So, in my viewpoint, why are you worried about rental units and you're not worried about Airbnbs to the extent that you would have anybody who wants to rent an Airbnb without actually being in the area? If there's a residency requirement and the 880-day requirement, it will only affect the few Airbnbs that are within R1 districts. We would ask that owners of R1 single-family neighborhoods would be that you would vote for no to this proposed amendment and deny the Airbnbs in R1 districts. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is John Roboleski. I reside at 5009 Gordon Lane, Erie, Pennsylvania, 16509. First of all, I want to thank council, okay, for bringing this issue to city council in terms of putting the brakes on this process, okay? It's the first time in over a year there was some reason, a reasonable approach to this particular issue. And as opposed to some city council members that were screwing around with this issue for a long time, you have to remember you're dealing with individuals that live in an area. Gentlemen and ladies, we are no different, okay, than the Bayfront East Forts Task Force. We are no different than the West Side Task Force. We are no different than the Downtown Partnership. We want to preserve our neighborhoods. Each person you heard said they want to preserve their neighborhoods, whether it be at the East Side Bayfront, the West Side Bayfront, or downtown. Now, it's beyond me and any recognition unless City Council has, any members of City Council have a special interest, economic interest in having this legislation passed. That's why you are resisting not maintaining residential neighborhoods without owner-occupied Airbnb. Is there any reason why any of you members have a special interest in this agenda? So I take it you don't, okay? So it's my hope that you will amend the ordinance, take a close look at the ordinance, and preserve the integrity of our neighborhoods. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is James Watford. I reside at 405 East 7th Street. And
Excuse me, James, what's your last name?
Watford, W-A-T-F-O-R-D.
Thank you.
And I was negatively impacted by COVID-19. I work at the Plymouth Tavern, and we was the first ones to lose our jobs. And during my time being off of work, they blighted my house, and they said they was condemned, and I got this much time to fix this, and and I did. I fixed it. I worked, struggled, and all that all year to fix my roof, my windows, and everything on my house, what they required. And the redevelopment authority is still trying to take my house from me. They steady trying to, and I accomplished everything that I was supposed to accomplish. The redevelopment authority is steady going on with this, trying to take my house and my father's house too. And we live in a poor neighborhood, and we was definitely affected by COVID. Now, I've been poor before, I'm poor now. I've been homeless, I've been without a job, but now, like, this part of my life, I'm trying to have something. I got children, I got 8 children I have to take care of, and I'm trying to make a house for them, show them something different than what I had seen, because I live in one of the worst neighborhoods in the city, and I'm trying to also get my neighborhood back together. And my house is one of the best houses on the block now since I did the work, and I know they said that they was getting a lot of money for funding and whatever to help people with their houses, but as far as I can see right now, nobody's trying to help me. They're trying to take from me, and I'm poor. I don't have nothing, but I believe it's a problem there, and I would like to help with the community, because I help with my community, and I talk to the young men, tell them to stay off drugs, stay out of the violence and all that. Like, I'm at ground zero right there on 7th Street, and everybody knows that's not the, it's down on the Lower East Side, and it's just like I need some help, and I'm trying to help myself. I ain't want to just be asking for help, because ain't nobody never gave me no help. So I'm doing this myself. And like I said, I made repairs to my house when they said it was blighted, and they still pursuing to try to take my house. And I got a brick house, and I just put a metal roof on it, and brand new windows all the way around, brand new doors, mailboxes, and all that, lights outside. And, you know, I'm like, I can't understand for like the life of me, why would they still be trying to pursue and take my house? And I'm trying to help redevelop my neighborhood. And like, ain't nobody doing nothing for none of us down in our neighborhoods. You know, everybody just like this. It ain't no love down there. Don't nobody give the Lower East Side no love. They just try to take from us. Like, you know, we work hard for our houses. We work hard for everything that we do. We don't have nothing. I grew up in poverty. My mom struggled. I went foster homes. There's more homeless people than I ever seen on the streets in my life. And I lived in Erie all my life, you know. And I don't want to be homeless again. So I'm fighting for my house.
We understand that. We thank you
He's
for
still
telling
got
the
a
story.
minute. That was,
What?
he's still got a minute.
Oh, I'm sorry. I could.
Oh,
Go ahead.
okay. Okay. Well, like, you know, like I'm just trying to, I'm not a politician. I'm not like I don't know nothing about this. This is my first time coming down here. But I'm addressing this because I know that they're getting a lot of money or, you know what I mean, for the redevelopment. And I'm like, okay, where's the money going? Is it going to help us? Is it going to help the homeowners, the small people? You know, or is they just going to kick us down and kick us out? We want this for this reason or that reason. It's all political. Like, you know, I'm just trying to live. You know, that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Trey. I thought I heard the thing go up.
It was my
405
personal
East
one.
7th Street. 409 East 7th.
405.
405, I was right, yeah. We do understand that you're working with Mr. Keys and he'll be keeping in touch, right?
My name's Abdullah Washington, 327 and a half East 7th Street.
I didn't catch your first name.
Abdullah Washington.
Abdul? Okay.
Oh, this would be better. Yeah, 327 and a half East 7th Street as well. I wrote some of my thoughts down because, you know, I'm not satisfied about some things. My first concern is transparency. He asked a great question. The devil is in the details. If anyone here under the sound of my voice can think of just one person that they would sign over a blank check to, please raise your hand. Of the 36,000 incorporated areas in America, Erie, Pennsylvania has found itself more than once on lists at the bottom 1% of cities for equity for African Americans. The best indicator of future performance is past performance, transparency. All of you here under the sound of my voice, including obviously people on council, the mayor, we've all been a small part of however small, of our current situation. This ARP money is supposed to be spent to bring equity to Erie's poor and marginalized. The incoming council, city council of Erie here, in January will be the most representative of Erie's population in the history of Erie. So if those of you who are here who have power and influence, if you're going to decide before this change happens, how these funds are going to be spent, any part of it, please consider the young people of Erie today who have been tracked for 20 years on a path to poverty with no intervention until suddenly we have a real opportunity. Think of Erie in 20 to 40 years, the Erie that's going to be here when you guys will likely be gone. The best indicator of future performance is past performance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Washington.
Chuck Nelson, 646 West 9th Street. Want to bring up item 15. And I've been told a little bit that people were offering me the privilege of pushing that item back as far as you guys could so that I could vote on it in a couple weeks. That's okay. I don't need to vote on that one. Go ahead and pass it. You can put me down as a yes now if you'd like. But the issue with it now is that the census tract will be changing. In the neighborhood we're talking about, census tract 10 from the West Bayfront neighborhood. I spent a couple hours looking at the data from that particular neighborhood. And what we're looking at with that funds is to really help 100 of the owner-occupied houses with repairs. We're talking about blight remediation. We're talking about lead paint remediation. And that particular neighborhood is historically known as New Jerusalem. What ended up happening is we've now had a number of new investment happening in that neighborhood that has lowered the stats on it. It has statistically gotten better. But what we're seeing with that is that in a 5-year span, that we've had a 64% decline in home purchasing with Black neighbors in that neighborhood. This program is looking at 100 new owner-occupied houses, and in a historically Black neighborhood where slaves were brought so that they might see Canada, we are now seeing a 64% decline. I would like to see that neighborhood secure, and these funds will be securing that neighborhood, and we cannot pass that when I get on council because it will no longer qualify. This is urgent. We need to see these funds move now. And if you need to count the votes in 2022, mark me down. It is the East and West Bayfront, so maybe we could get 2 of the votes here today for you. The second thing I want to address is the short-term rentals, not even for the R1 thing. But when we talk about Airbnb, I think we can admit that oftentimes Erie is downstream of issues we see elsewhere. So the stuff that's happening with Blackstone in California and in Georgia, and the amount of corporations that are coming in buying houses, that's being done with property tech. What's happening is corporations are coming in and buying single-family houses, and they're using the technology available to them to figure out how they might maximize profits. Is it in giving out a 1-year lease, or is it in giving in short-term rentals to corporations and such? Now, this isn't happening in Erie yet. Right now, it's a little old lady down in Florida living in her own single-family community down there with no rentals. But we're 20 years downstream in a lot of ways. And it's only a matter of time before Blackstone, whose CFO was with Airbnb before coming over to Blackstone, implement these things so that corporations can displace our renters and homeowners in the next couple decades. That's my concern, and that's not just an R1 concern. That is in my West Bayfront neighborhood as well. I thank you for your time. I look forward to working with you.
Good evening, Council. My name is John Whaley. I live at 447 Gordon Lane, 16509. I'm going to talk about short-term rentals, but I really want to help you guys out. There's a lot of hand-wringing going on about stormwater management fee. You can't seem to find any money to fix the sewers. You need $10 million right now out of ARP funds to fix the sewers. If you had last year's budget with you, and you looked at page 80, and I'll read it for you. $3.4 million transfer out of the sewer revenue fund in 2018. $1.1 million transferred out in 2019. $1.1 million transferred out in 2020. $1.1 million transferred out of sewer revenue into the general fund in 2021. I just found $7 million. Yeah, you're spending on other things, Liz Allen. If you're going to address me, you're not supposed to do that. The money's there. You're wasting it. You're afraid to cut people in the budget. You're afraid to cut items. You're adding people to the budget. We've got the money. We don't have a revenue problem. We got a spending problem. So we have once in a lifetime opportunity money coming up. We're going to use it to fix deferred maintenance that you've ignored. Some of you on there, 12 years. Some of you voted for 12 budgets where you have not appropriated the money properly. So we got plenty of money. Short-term rentals are illegal in an R1 district and have been so for more than a year. Why haven't you done anything? Why hasn't the administration cracked down and done anything? You've sat on your hands, you've done nothing. Now we're racing to get this passed because we want to be like all the big towns. But you're not, because London, New York, big towns aren't doing Airbnb like they were. What's the mechanism if you run an Airbnb illegally? What's the fine? There is none. No one thought of putting that in. If they've been running, and our nice old lady from Florida who runs her Airbnb, you've let her do it for a year. More than a year illegally. You've let the guy at the end of my street do it. Please don't interrupt me. That's ladylike.
I would just ask that you not refer to somebody as a nice old lady. That's been mentioned twice, and I think that that's an insult to all nice old ladies.
Well, it might be. So you've done nothing to stop it, and I want to know why. And why the rush to get this passed? How's it going to help? There's a couple of things, and you tabled it, and I love it, but it's poorly written legislation. One of the items says you must put a screen planting strip between that property and the next. What does that mean? How long is that? How tall is that? What is it made of? Can I see through it? Do I have to wait 15 years for a guy to put in plants for them to grow? You need to fix that. That's not legislation. That's kind of a make everybody happy. Adequate parking. What does adequate parking mean? Does that mean one off-street parking place for every bedroom? Guy down the street has 4 bedrooms. He doesn't have 4 off-street parking. So he does not have adequate parking. Why don't you spell that out in the legislation to let us know what it means? And my favorite, in an R1, you're going to allow Airbnbs with special exemptions. Exceptions. Now, an exception already means it's different and it's special, but now they're special exemptions. So I would assume that that'd be very rare that someone would, in an R1, would be able to say, hey, I need to put an Airbnb because my reason is so valid. I want to know what those are. How's it going to be granted? Are you just going to give everybody that asks for one an exception? If you are, then don't bother putting it in. But you really use special words to say special exemption. That should mean something. And then lastly, this gentleman here, I feel sorry. I feel bad. I want you to get some help, and I can't believe there's not more help. Here's a list of $15 million, and they're all round numbers. $1 million for cafe. I'll bet almost no one in the audience knows what cafe is. I was the president of Cafe for 2 years. I know what Cafe is. It's the organization that runs Celebrate Erie and a couple other things. So you're going to give them $1 million to build capacity, was the explanation that I heard. This gentleman could use $10,000 to fix his house, but you're going to spend $1 million in a round number on Celebrate Erie. Thanks.
Hello, everyone. Hello, City Council. I don't know if that's working. Okay. My name is Jasmine Flores. I live at 1162 East 10th Street. I am a renter in the city. I have been raised on the Lower East Side, so the impact that the community experiences is near and dear to my heart. The predatory practices that occur to homeowners is real. We have a whole population who is aging. We have people who are new homeowners. We have people who don't have means to continue to afford additional fees or increases to property tax. I am a caregiver. I've had people who sit there and debate on whether they're going to pay their taxes or afford medication. So as somebody who grew up in a food desert, as someone who grew up on the Lower East Side, the East Side is forgotten. ARP funds are supposed to be supposed to be used for the communities that were mostly impacted during the pandemic. Those are mostly minority communities, mostly low-income communities. Erie County is home to the poorest zip code, 16501, in the whole country. We are the worst place for African-American men to live. I was newly elected to Erie City Council, so I will be serving my community in January, and I look forward to that because as a Latina woman at the age of 28 years old, the mistakes that the city has made are burden to my generation and the next generation. And we have a lot of decisions being made that aren't necessarily long-term decisions. I feel as though they're instant gratification. We want to be able to uplift our community and make sure that they're able to sustain themselves here. The gentrification that is occurring is pricing our residents out. I'm a renter. I pay attention to rent prices. They are ballooning. And over the last year, you're getting nothing included, no sewage, no water. You're not even getting your trash included. So I don't know, with the minimum wage of it being $7.25 and no one wanting to even talk about increasing the family sustainable wages, how you guys expect the poor people to continue to sustain the city. As Mr. Watford and Biggs mentioned, the Lower East Side is always paying their fair share. They pay for everything. If any mistakes are being made, the Lower East Side is flipping the bill. So for me to sit up here and know that I'm going to be coming into serving my community, I want everybody who's going to be serving the community of Erie to realize a lot of the community here is forgotten and left behind. And the ones who are stuck here, they're stuck here. They can't leave. So the residents who are fighting for the Airbnbs to not be in their neighborhood, it's understandable. I grew up on 5th and Wallace. White flight happened. When that occurred, the landlords who were left became slumlords and they didn't care about the property. Now you see what the Lower East Side looks like, empty space. It used to be residential housing. We are making mistakes that the future generation is going to have to face. And I don't think any of you guys realize this, and I really want you guys to start thinking about that. What is this plan going to do 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 20 years from now for our community? I thank you for your time, and I look forward to serving with you.
Any other citizens to be heard? Frank, anybody to do? Ms. Scholler, go ahead. Can you hear us?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, my name's Susan Morse, and I live at 4706 Upland, and I do live in Florida as well. I've been lobbying for the Airbnbs in the city of Erie for 4 years now, and the house has been Airbnb'd for 5 years. The house has really been the epicenter of the short-term rental debate. After several $1,000s in legal fees, the total invasion of my privacy, and countless hours and thoughtful consideration from the lawmakers, here we are with an ordinance. We've addressed all the concerns over the past several years. However, we're hearing the false narrative from the opposition. As of, for instance, frat parties, renting to pedophiles, drug running, the fear-mongering, and in defense of the conversation tonight, the real estate values in Glenwood, at least on my street, or at least according to Zillow in my house, they're up 30%. The house next door to me sold at a huge discount because it needed $150,000 of repairs. So that's what I'm talking about, a false narrative. These aren't true statements. The fabric of the neighborhood has not changed in 5 years. This isn't Las Vegas. There's no gentrification going on in Glenwood. It's rural America, a place where Airbnbs not only are needed and welcomed, and you've heard multiple testimonies on the joy and benefits of home sharing, even from our neighbors in Glenwood, and some of the Glenwood residents have even rented the house. There's never been any incidences. There's never been any complaints at all. And it's not fair for the hundreds of Airbnbs in the city of Erie and in the R1 neighborhoods that, you're right, are operating illegally. I have never, ever operated my home going against the zoning board's ruling. I have rented the house for 2 months, and that's not a short-term rental. Life hasn't changed on those lovely streets in Glenwood, and I don't think that an Airbnb is going to do that at all. I wanted to say another thing about worrying about people coming in for investments. Professionally, I'm a financial advisor, and I've been doing this for 39 years. And I think I have a good feel on what would be a good investment. When it's your home and you have a winter rental or a summer rental, sometimes that works. But to go in there as an investment, no one would do that. The taxes, the upkeep, the insurance, the utilities, there isn't that big of a demand. That isn't a good investment. I don't see that happening. And I wouldn't want to destroy my own property. It's not, those are just false narratives. I understand the concerns of a neighborhood. And I really think if Glenwood were that concerned, they should rewrite their homeowners. You know, they mentioned that where my home is in Florida, our homeowners document clearly says you can't operate your business with your home. Glenwood's document doesn't say that. And they're the only one of few families that are opposed in the city of Erie. There are multiple families, and it's just not right. They have a history of this, not only in their homeowner documents, but in their attitude with the city. I don't think that my neighbors are racists at all, or that anybody in Glenwood is. But I do think that the word systemic racism can sometimes be applied here. And the definition of that are policies and practices that exist throughout a whole society or an organization and result and support a continued unfair advantage to some people, and that they're unfair or harmful treatment for others. And sometimes that's what it seems like here, that a small group of people want the rule to be, well, we won't have short-term rentals in an R1, but just if it's Glenwood, you know, you can do it in the rest of the city. They don't realize how many R1 neighborhoods there are in the city. And that if you have an expensive property with expensive taxes, I really don't see a Blackstone or a group of people coming in and buying 5 or 6 houses to rent. And besides, the Airbnbs historically have been kept up better than some of the other homes. So none of the things that I hear, I understand and empathize with how someone may feel, but none of them are factual. None of them are applicable here. There's nothing to substantiate that negativity. But I do appreciate doing the right thing, and I look forward to seeing council at the next meeting. Thank you.
Hi, can you hear me? Hi, folks, can you hear me, Frank? Okay, I'll try this again. Can you hear me? Yes, okay, I'm gonna go for it. So hi folks, this is Anna Franz. I am the Executive Director of Our West Bayfront. I reside at 6658 Richardson Road in Fairview. And I am here again, I think this is twice in about 2 weeks, to speak in support of the ARP plan, the Comprehensive Housing Plan put forth by the Redevelopment Authority. This is really just a unique, special opportunity for the city, and it's really critical that this initiative move forward. There's some urgency, we understand right now, because of the apparent change in the designation of one of the census tracts in the West Bayfront area that our West Bayfront serves. One of the 3 census tracts in our community, the area that Chuck Nelson noted was historically known as New Jerusalem, which was settled as a racially integrated community of homeowners before the Civil War, apparently will no longer be considered a qualified census tract next year. But the need for funding, specifically funding for home repairs in this neighborhood, is still very, very strong, and I think even more so now. Though the designation has changed, there are still many low-income residents in the neighborhood, many of whom need that help to make repairs. As recently as 2019, 45% of the residents in this census tract were considered by the federal government to be low income. So the need is great. And when we talk to people, when we collect surveys, when we have conversations with neighborhood watch groups, the single most frequent item that comes up in terms of what the community wants to see is more resources available for home repairs, to help with the plumbing system, to help rewire the electricity, to help get a new roof on. There's just a tremendous need for that work. My concern is that if the ARP funding is not available to this census tract in particular, these property owners, many of whom who've owned the homes have been in their families for generations, will be less able to make repairs. And that the option of selling their homes to the increasing number of investors that are knocking on their doors or sending letters from out of state, as we've seen, will become more and more appealing. Or they just have to wait until we can help them using a very limited pool of funding that's available from other sources while their living conditions get worse and worse. So I really ask and urge the City Council to move this plan forward this evening so that this money can be put to good use, not only in the West Bayfront, but throughout the city of Erie where there are homeowners in need. Thank you very much for your time.
Rosemary, you'll have to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me? I'm getting a little reverberation, so hopefully you can hear me. Can you hear me? Yes, okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Rosemary Graham, and I live at 306 Baghdad Road in Waterford. I also have a property in the city of Erie, where I lived most of my life. Prior to working in higher education, which is my job now, I was the executive director of the Sisters of St. Joseph Neighborhood Network, who were charged with neighborhood revitalization while empowering the people in Little Italy, and then part of the East Side as well. I wanted to talk to you tonight about how important it is for you to approve the RACE ARP housing proposal on your agenda. This plan represents the most impactful opportunity to make sustainable changes in neighborhoods in the city of Erie that we have seen in decades. The plan was well thought out, included community input, and addresses key issues that have been identified in strategic planning for the city of Erie. The plan will remove 85 blighted properties, increase new housing by 100 units, decrease unstable rental units by 84, rehabilitate 102 owner-occupied homes, support at least 18 minority and small business contractors, and mitigate lead in 180 homes. This is a game changer for the city of Erie. I understand that there may be a few of you who are not in agreement with all aspects of the plan. This is a document and plan that I understand can be changed as we move forward, but we need your commitment now. As you are aware, the new census will change the status of several of our neighborhoods unfairly. These changes will take place at the end of this year. What this means is that Census Tract 3 and 4 will be removed as qualified census tracts. All of the residents living in those neighborhoods will not be able to benefit from this program if you do not act now. I believe the requalification of these neighborhoods using the 2020 census conducted during COVID-19 to be a justice issue. There are groups trying to fight this injustice, but if you do not approve this plan now, you will be contributing to an even further injustice. Nearly 7,000 people are living in these two neighborhoods. 34% of these people are minorities. Census Tract 3 and 4 represent the East and West Bayfront neighborhoods and act as entrances to the downtown area. Disinvestment in these two neighborhoods not only will negatively impact the people living in this community, but I believe it will have adverse effects on the vibrancy of downtown. These communities are gateways to the downtown and should continue to be a focus of revitalization efforts within the city of Erie. By approving this plan today, you will ensure access to art programs for the people and the neighborhoods as we move forward. We can work together to ensure that the people living in the city of Erie who are marginalized have access to affordable and safe housing options, beautiful green spaces, and neighborhoods free of blight. I implore you to approve this plan so we can move forward together. Again, we can work together throughout the process to ensure that the people you have pledged to serve through your commitment to public service are positively impacted by these dollars. Please say yes to this plan. I also sent you all this in an email. I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to be here tonight to present to you. I really do hope that you approve this plan. I have no agenda other than I really feel like this is a good plan for the city of Erie. I do sit on the board of the Redevelopment Authority. I should have said that at the beginning. I love the city. I'm passionate about redevelopment. And I really do hope that you will consider this and not pass it on off the agenda today. If you do that, it could be hurting a lot of people. So thank you for your time. I really appreciate all of you. It's nice to see you virtually.
Good evening. My name's Art Leopold. I'm at 5341 Apple Grove Lane, Erie, PA. Good evening, esteemed County City Council, councilmen, councilwomen, Mr. Mayor, and his staff. The agenda was so expansive. You've had so many comments. It's really been rich of thought and idea this evening. Of course, there are some items of concern that I'd like to bring up. In new business, there's item 4, 5, and 6, which is Beacon Communities. They had some increase in cost of their project from $25 to $27 million for their property. And we all love the people down there, and they need an upgraded property. But I don't have a problem with the $1.7 million. I just wanted to point out a couple of things that give me concern. Of course, they previously had received $750,000 from the mayor, and of course, they're seeking $12 million from PFHA in tax credits, and they may have some LRTA issues in there too, which they won't have to pay taxes, but that's not the real issue I have concern with. It's really where these funds come from and where they're being spent. One of the areas is something called home funds, which is supposed to be used by a city on projects that emphasize home ownership opportunities, that promote the stabilization of neighborhoods and help develop rental properties for low and moderate income residents. Another area is the CDBG funds. I've spoken in front of council many times about the use of these funds. The fact that you kind of took them away from community centers and now you're starting to give a little bit back, but these funds are supposed to be for community projects such as street paving, sidewalk improvement, housing programs, homeless shelters, as well as partially funding local nonprofit social agencies in Erie's community centers. Another bucket of money was the CARES Act, which was received because of the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, if you think of these three buckets and where they're supposed to go, is that really? Does that have Beacon's community's name on it? Really? So I just want you to think about that. Though that $1.7 million loan, there's a lot of homes and a lot of neighborhoods where those funds could be utilized. We had a gentleman speak this evening, such a heartfelt plea, trying to keep his home up. There are many, many stories like that, and we need to be mindful. And of course, I also want to mention the stormwater management fee. There's 17 communities, as I understand it, in Allegheny County that have already approved such a thing. There are many, many dozen across the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. The fees that you have set are so low. They're on the low, low end of as comparatively anybody else. So please just consider getting this done. You can always make adjustments later if necessary. You can always add dollars or take money away, but this is an easy one. This has been studied, it's been written. It was on the agenda. You guys should vote. Of course, not this time, but there's also one other issue with the agenda that I had a problem with. If you go down to, and I'm scrolling right now, there's an area where it talks about $3.5 million. This would be a number 11, that the budget in RCAP grant 3.5 million. And therefore, later on down, it says that redevelopment assistant grant in the amount of $3,500. Is that right? Was that really meant to be 3.5 million? And then a business plan application to the Commonwealth in the amount of $3,500? Really? That might be an error. Just something to look at. Thank you for your time this evening. Thank you for the work you do and that you've done. Some of you folks are getting ready to leave. Thank you for your service. And we certainly look forward to working for the rest of this year with council and for the new council coming in. Thank you so much.
Good evening. My name is Candace Battles. I live at 505 West 4th Street in the city of Erie. I'm a resident. You have heard, once again, a lot of reasons from people why the redevelopment authority plan should come up for a vote before council at this time. And I spoke at the last meeting regarding this. I'm going to just limit my thought today to the fact that there was one person who showed up to this meeting tonight, very representative of a number of people in this city who would benefit and would have renewed hope if they are able to have an opportunity to have their homes put into decent condition so that they and their families can live in. So I am going to ask that you call for a vote on this as soon as possible so that we would be able to use those fundings throughout the city, and that the two areas that have been reclassified would not be unable to use that funding. I thank you for your service to those of you who are leaving the board, and I am looking forward to the new council members who will be joining the board in the future. Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, City Council. Can you hear me? 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 Okay, good evening, Council. My name is Curtis Lofton, and I reside at 813 West 4th Street. I can be reached at 814-403-1926. And I am a resident of our West Bayfront and have been living here for about 40 years. And so I know pretty much what the needs and concerns of these residents are in this area. I simply want to repeat with Ms. Anna Franz and Candace Bell have mentioned regarding the needs of homeowners in this area. So I know for a fact that that is something that is definitely needed. As of late, I have been doing surveys, talking with residents in this particular neighborhood about what some of their needs are. And for the most part, and just kind of keeping it short, some of their needs are, as Anna had mentioned, were assistance with wiring of their homes, possibly some assistance with plumbing. They also mentioned that some of the sidewalks were in disarray and were in need of repair. They also mentioned that they really want to be able to stay, where they live at. They pretty much enjoy with the things that OWB has been doing, and they could appreciate any help that they could get regarding helping them get their house back in order or in order. But most specifically, they are very happy to know that these funds may be available, and they are urgently awaiting them to happen. So again, I encourage you to support our West Bayfront and to release the ARP funds to help these people stabilize their homes so they can continue to stay in this neighborhood. Again, I've been there for 40 years for the most part, and I've been talking to them personally and know what they want and what they need firsthand. So I'm sharing that with you. And some of those concerns, again, are the concerns that Anna had mentioned and Candace had mentioned. And that we definitely want to make this place, a safer place to live, to work and play. And we are concerned about our neighbors, and we would appreciate the help and ask that you consider passing this ARP funding. Thank you. Have a great night, Council.
Mr. Crenshaw? Okay, I'll come back to him. Holly?
Hi, yes. My name is Holly Montalvo, and I reside at 8504 Southwest 81st Terrace, Miami, Florida, 33143. This is just in regards to the short-term rental. I'm hoping that the ordinance does pass. Erie's my hometown. I was born and raised there, and I take an annual trip with my family, and we really enjoy staying in the Airbnbs. And like I said, we're just hoping that it passes so that we can continue visiting Erie and enjoying our visits and our time there. Thank you.
Rini? Okay. Matt Olds.
Thank you. My name is Matt Olds. I live in New Jersey, but I am a frequent visitor to the city of Erie, as my wife grew up and was born in Erie. I was also calling and wanted to speak regarding the short-term rental legislation that's currently being considered by the city. When I do travel to Erie to visit friends, family, or some of the attractions like Waldameer or Lake Erie and maybe Sarah's as well, we do like to stay in Airbnbs versus a hotel simply because of the convenience factor. And it does make our children also feel, who are all under 12 years old, feel more at home and have more space to roam as well. So versus a cramped in hotel room. This really elevates our stay while we're in the area, allows us to stay longer than we normally would, which, you know, obviously means we would spend more money within the city. And we hope that you consider adding this to your legislation table where Airbnbs are acceptable within the city limits. So thank you very much. And thank you to the council members that have served here recently, as some of the others have stated. And we look forward to the new council members as well going forward. So thank you for your time.
Matt, can you give us your address?
84 Clark Avenue, Ocean Grove, New Jersey.
Kath.
Good evening. Can you hear me now? Hello?
Yes.
Yes, you can hear me? My name is Kathy Whipple. I reside at 6072 Hummingbird Court, Erie, Pennsylvania, 16509. My comments really are going to be brief, which I'm sure you will all appreciate. During the past 4 years, short-term rentals have been at the forefront of many discussions. During that time period and prior to that, there have been zero, and I repeat, zero complaints regarding short-term rentals as confirmed by the zoning board. Several years ago, I mentioned that everyone wants Erie to move forward and become what we know Erie can be. We just need to look across the street to see the progress being made. We want visitors to enjoy everything Erie has to offer: local restaurants, bars, local shops, wineries, entertainment, and of course, Presque Isle, which is our gem. We want short-term rentals to be available to those that prefer to stay in them, as opposed to hotels and motels. There are signs that we see that state "Welcome to Erie," and there are some homeowners that say, yes, welcome to Erie, just not in my neighborhood. I ask you, is that what we want? And is that how we want to be perceived? We are asking City Council to pass without prejudice the ordinance with regard to short-term rentals for the better good for the city of Erie. I thank you, and I thank all of you for the due diligence that you have placed in this particular issue. I have also with me my sister, Lucinda Mauer, who has had a problem with her system getting into being able to speak. So I'm going to turn this part over to her. Hi, my name is Lucinda Mauer. I live at 5833 Mill Street, Erie, Pennsylvania, 16509. I just wanted to address a couple comments that were made earlier, many of which comments were untrue, very untrue statements. I couldn't write fast enough to write them all down, but what I do want to address is number one, which my sister Susan addressed, the culture in the neighborhood in Glenwood has not changed at all in the past 5 years. And in regards to the houses that sold to the north and south of 4706 Upland Drive, the house that sold to the south sold for such a cheap price because it was in foreclosure and it was in default of tax payments. That's why that house sold at that price. The house to the north sold for a lesser value than what it is appraised at because they wanted to settle an estate and they wanted to do it quickly. And as far as rushing into this lobbying for short-term rentals, I hardly say that 4 years of lobbying is a rush. We have been very patient and very diligent about lobbying for this ordinance. The other thing I would like to say, the one gentleman said he was privileged to live in Glenwood. Yes, sir, you are. But a lot of short-term rental owners are not so privileged that have their short-term rentals in R1s. They depend on that income for their livelihood. And those properties are very well maintained because they do depend on that for their livelihood. It has taken a long time to get to where we are tonight. Again, almost 4 years of lobbying for this ordinance. Many public meetings, zoning board meetings, mayor's lunches, television interviews, newspaper interviews, and let us not forget our Zoom meetings. All of this was done to promote the benefits and need for short-term rentals in our city of Erie. Since the original ordinance was drafted in January of 2021, which I was very pleased with because it definitely was a step in the right direction, I am even more pleased to see the revised ordinance. It is favorable to short-term rental owners who do not live in their rentals and again, depend on this income. This is not true for the short-term rental on Upland Drive. The owner of that residence does not depend on the income from that short rental as her livelihood. That being said, I would like council to know that our determination to get this ordinance passed and or approved is not for selfish or monetary gains. It never has been. We have, from almost the beginning of operating a short-term rental, seen the positive impact it has had on Erie and the guests we rent to. Over the past 4 years, we have presented City Council with all the positive and beneficial reasons why short-term rentals should be allowed in all areas of the city. I would like to offer a few more reasons. There are many short-term rentals in the city of Erie, many being in R1 zones. If you do not vote in favor of this ordinance, you are allowing short-term rentals in R1 zones to operate illegally while discriminating against the short-term rental on Upland Drive that has been victimized over the past several years. The city is also reaping the benefits of collecting taxes from these illegal short-term rentals. We have abided by the restrictions put on short-term rentals on Upland Drive by only renting for 30 days or more. We have never, ever operated illegally. This actually has been successful for us, but that is not true of the other short-term rental owners. Once again, they depend on this income. It is the duty and responsibility of elected officials to consider all again, I emphasize the word all of the city residents they serve, you must consider how this ordinance will impact the lives of many short-term rental owners. The impact on these people is far greater than the perceived inconvenience of a handful of disgruntled residents. It is worth reiterating how beneficial short-term rentals are to this community, not only financially as they promote tourism and local business sales, but they prove that Erie is moving
local pastor, Community Baptist Church, and I live at 648 East 43rd Street, Erie, PA. Been in the city now for 26 years. To the president of our council and to all of the council members, thank you for allowing me to speak. We had a service that we had to go to. But I just wanted to say on behalf of homeowners that might be in harm's way by way of code violations. We know that RACP and other monies are available now that might help to offset the expenses that they would have occurred or incurred during the COVID of 2020 and 2021. Many of these homeowners belong to pastors' membership in the city of Erie. And one of our responsibilities is to keep folks in their house, especially when they're 30, 40, 50 years members of this community. And since monies are now available, I would hope and pray that the Redevelopment Authority would make sure that in their guidelines, they would not penalize persons for code violations that they did not have money to address. I would hope that money would be available for them to apply so they can keep their house. And secondly, I would hope that since our mayor has done a tremendous job of supporting diversity, equity, and inclusion, that this effort would certainly include the minority developers in our city, because home ownership and home rehab cannot simply take place through white contractors. We have one African-American contractor who's given his life to this city. And I hope that past violations or fees or any other delinquencies on his part, or even on the part of white contractors who similarly faced COVID situations, that these violations or delinquencies would not be held against them as they seek to help to develop these houses that have fallen by the wayside. So please, let us make sure that the guidelines that the Redevelopment Authority has to be led by would not penalize either developers or people for past violations. I hope that as that money is made available, that these persons would not be left behind. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Ed. To the council, my name is Reverend Anthony Harris. I'm the senior pastor of the Shiloh Baptist Church. Thank you so much for permitting me. I, like Pastor Mark, have just come. Pardon me, sir?
We need your address.
Pardon me?
Your address.
901 East 5th. So I want to be succinct in saying that we do kind of support this opportunity. The gentleman in which contract in which Pastor Mark spoke of is a member of my church. And we see this as an opportunity to kind of right some wrongs. We do know that Erie wants to come up. We recognize the efforts that are being put forth, but we do ask any past violations that have been made, that there'll be a plan, a method going forward to correct those. And so, again, I just want to reiterate the opportunity that's coming forward, that an opportunity will be given to all persons who have been found in violation to come up to speed. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
guess that takes care of citizens to be heard. That's it? Okay, let's move on, Lori.
Okay, ordinances for first reading. Council file number 16251, an ordinance fixing the tax rate for all city purposes for the fiscal year 2022, beginning January 1st, 2022, and ending on December 31st, 2022. Sponsored by Mrs. Schaaf, seconded by Ms. Allen. The council file ordinance number 16251, having been read, is hereby adopted on first reading by City Council. Ms. Allen, Mr. Brennan, Mr. Keys, Mrs. Schaaf, Mr. Winarski, Mr. Witherspoon, Mr. Brzezinski. City Council read and adopt council file ordinance number 16251 by yeas 7, nays 0 on first reading. Council file number 16252, an ordinance of the City of Erie, County of Erie, and Commonwealth of Pennsylvania adopting the general fund and certain other budgets for the fiscal year beginning January 1st, 2022, and ending December 31st, 2022. Sponsored by Mrs. Schaaf, seconded by Ms. Allen, the council file number 16252, having been read, is hereby adopted on first reading by City Council. Ms. Allen, Mr. Brennan, Mr. Keys, Mrs. Schaaf, Mr. Winarski, Mr. Witherspoon, Mr. Brzezinski. City Council read and adopt council file ordinance number 16252 by yeas 7, nays 0 on first reading. Council file number 16253, an ordinance appropriating the sum of $100,000 from unappropriated and unanticipated revenue for the expenditure thereof. Funding is from a grant from Johns Hopkins University's Cities of Service for a Love Your Block 2-year initiative. Sponsored by Mrs. Schaaf, seconded by Ms. Allen, the council file ordinance number 16253, having been read, is hereby adopted on first reading by City Council. Ms. Allen, Mr. Brennan, Mr. Keys, Mrs. Schaaf, Mr. Winarski, Mr. Witherspoon, Mr. Brzezinski. City Council read and adopt council file ordinance number 16253 by yeas 7, nays 0 on first reading. Council file number 16254, an ordinance amending ordinance number 26, 1958, the traffic code of the City of Erie by the installation of stop signs at 7 intersections. West 40th Street and Myrtle, stopping Myrtle, West 40th and Cochrane, stopping West 40th, West 40th Street and Sassafras, stopping West 40th, West 39th Street and Cochrane, stopping Cochrane, Cochrane Streets and Parkside Avenue, stopping Cochrane, West 41st Street and Myrtle Street, stopping Myrtle, East 40th Street and Allen Drive, stopping East 40th.
Ms. Watson, if I may, I really have to commend the engineering department. Took them 10 months to get one stop sign on the corner of West Arlington and Highview, which was a dangerous intersection. Kids getting up, school bus from St. George's. Finally got it done. This one here, they must have been working 24 hours a day, Mayor. So proud of them.
Council file ordinance number 16254, having been read, is hereby adopted on first reading by City Council. Ms. Allen, Mr. Brennan, Mr. Keys, Mrs. Schaaf, Mr. Winarski, Mr. Witherspoon, Mr. Brzezinski.
Mr. President, before we, or maybe, I'm not sure when, but for the next ordinance, since this has been in the news, I was just maybe hoping the solicitor could just explain it to the public, because we got a memo about this and what this means. I just think it would be helpful. I know we're having a long meeting, but we've talked about this, so I think it would be helpful to explain what the settlement is.
All right, I'm just going to read this vote first. City Council read and adopt council file ordinance number 16254 by yeas 7, nays 0 on first reading. Council file number 16255, an ordinance amending Article 90106 fees by adding subsection C4 to exempt public utilities who have a warranty agreement with the city from paying degradation fees. sponsored by Mr. Witherspoon, seconded by Mrs. Shaw.
This is an attempt to address an issue raised. National Fuel Gas initiated a complaint against the city, and all public utilities may have a similar position. The issue is the city is charging permit fees and inspection fees and also degradation fees related to street cuts in the road. And so when you cut into the road, you need to get a permit, and nobody's objecting to that permit. That's not an issue. The second issue is the inspection, and the city has to inspect those street cuts to make sure that they're safe. There is no issue there. The issue that arises with public utilities, which is distinct than other entities, is whether or not they should be subject to degradation fees. The city's position has been that when you poke holes in if I take a board and I cut a lot of holes in that board's going to be weaker and it will wear out faster. And I think engineering supports that basic premise. The issue from National Fuel, and I think on behalf of all public utilities, is that they're saying we need to put these utilities in order to do our job and to provide the service that's critical, such as gas or electric, things of that sort. So the rub has been whether or not they should pay the fee. They have taken the position that they should not pay the fee. We've taken the position that they should. The reason that we're taking that position is because periodically these roads will wear out and they need to be replaced or repaired. When a small contractor cuts into the road, it may make sense for them to pay that degradation fee because collectively all of the small cuts will wear out the road. Utilities such as National Fuel or Penelec that may cut into the road a lot are a little bit different in that they have assets and resources that they could fix the road. They're also not going anywhere, and they're also regulated by the PUC, which private contractors are not. So I don't know that this issue is necessarily resolved, but one of the things that National Fuel, and it's subject to litigation, so I can't get into any great detail in a public setting, but one of the things that National Fuel has suggested is that they understand that poking the holes in the road weakens the road. And they've said rather than paying the degradation fee, they're in a position to issue a warranty for the road. We have not resolved that whole issue of how that would work. That would be subject to ultimately approval by council. But assuming that we could reach an agreement on a warranty with a public utility, the issue is, would you approve that they would warranty the road instead of paying the degradation fee? I don't have any objection to it. I think it's a logical solution for a public utility. The devil is still in the details of what that warranty would be and how it would be enforced. But I think the Council for National Fuel and Council for the City, we've worked very well together to try to resolve that in a way that makes sense for everyone involved, including the residents who need those services, the utilities that provide them, and the city that's trying to make sure the roads are safe.
Any other
Liz,
discussion?
you good?
I have a question for Ed. What is the amount that, I know it varies year to year with degradation fees that we may get through the separate entities. You know what that dollar amount would hit us, I guess,
well,
towards the city's pocketbook per se?
Well, I would say zero, but I know because of the way you asked the question, the answer is zero, but it's about a couple $100,000.
Per entity or total?
With National Fuel.
With National
So
Fuel.
there's, it's somewhere in the, well, they're the ones that are cutting into the road at the greatest frequency because of the nature of what they're doing. But when I say zero, the reason I say zero is that the money that we get in degradation fees is ultimately used to repair the road damage. So if I'm cutting one time, it makes sense that I basically buy an insurance policy, I pay a fee for the permission to cut into the road as a degradation fee. And I'm not trying to argue National Fuel's position, but in essence, what they're saying is we cut into so many roads, we are paying so much in fees, we'd rather just pay for the damage we cause. And they're pretty confident.
With the warranty.
With a warranty. And so the idea is whether I get it as a fee or I get it as a warranty, if the road needs to be repaired, I'm either using the fee money or I'm using the warranty to fix it. In theory, this could actually help us. I mean, I don't want any road to fail, but if a lot of roads failed, they're going to fix those roads, not the taxpayers. But if the roads don't fail, then we don't have that money that we have to just hold on to and not spend. So I don't think it will have any negative impact, but when you ask the question of what would this do, likely it would be about $200,000 less in revenue, but it would also give you, in essence, an equivalent of $200,000 in greater warranty coverage.
Depending upon what the warranty is.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Lori, go ahead.
Council file ordinance number 16255, having been read, is hereby adopted on first reading by City Council. Ms. Allen, Mr. Brennan, Mr. Keys, Mrs. Schaaf, Mr. Winarski, Mr. Witherspoon, Mr. Brzezinski. City Council read and adopt Council file ordinance number 16255 by yea 7, nay 0 on first reading. Old business?
Jim,
Motion to move the balance?
motion to move the balance, do I have a second?
Second.
Ms. Allen, second, okay. Separations?
I would like to separate transfer and home programs.
Okay. No, it's transfer.
Is there a specific amount that, the 238,663, the
I'm looking at the
250,000?
185,000 with GMA.
Yeah, so the amounts are on the next page, and they're connected to 4, 5, and 6. Well, really, specifically connected to number 4.
So do I separate 4, 5, and 6 also? Okay, so we're separating 4, 5, and 6.
And 15, and 17.
4, 5, 6, 15, and 17.
Between communities?
We'll move the balance.
Okay, Mel, I'm still not sure what transfer you're referring to.
What was, no.
There's two. You want both?
GM's, GMA.
One of the GMA, one for the 185, but even though it's under one.
It's on the it's on the home program, but also it relates to 4 and 5.
238,663.
Okay, and you wanted what, Michael?
Michael was at.
The other home one, 250,000?
Michael's at 4, 5, and 6, and 15 and 17.
Okay, I got that, but I thought he said a transfer too, as well.
The amounts are on the back chart. Those three amounts are in reference to 4, 5, 6, 7.
Let's try this. Let's try it.
Number 4.
Did we motion to balance the agenda on second? Voting to move the balance of the agenda. Ms. Allen, Mr. Brennan, Mr. Keys, Mrs. Schaaf, Mr. Winarski, Mr. Witherspoon, Mr. Brzezinski. Okay. Resolved by the Council of the City of Erie that the mayor and other appropriate city officials are hereby authorized to execute an agreement between the City of Erie and Beacon Communities whereby the city will make available funding in the amount of $520,375. $520,375,000 from CDBG grant to complete the renovations of the Richford Arms apartments as designated in the amended FY19 and FY20 CDBG plans. There we go.
Now, did you separate that or no?
Mel wanted number 4.
Okay, Mel, you wanted that separated?
Yes. My concern is that some of the monies that was granted to GMA is being transferred. Oh, I didn't know. Thought that was another Mel out there. I don't think we need two of us. Yeah, some of that money was earmarked for GMA. And my conversation with Mr. Crenshaw is that he did not receive a phone call that this was happening. And I think any business person deserves a phone call, whether they like the outcome or not. Okay? That didn't give him the opportunity to ask any questions. Now, on the flip side, Deb Smith, director of that department, who I believe in and trust, I think we can do something to remedy this, because Crenshaw is basically the only minority contract, and we've been pushing inclusion, we've been pushing minority community, we've been pushing housing and putting money into our low-income area, and with him being the only minority contractor in the city of Erie, then we should make it work. I don't want to cut corners. I don't want to do anything wrong, illegal, or showing favoritism. If, in fact, Mr. Crenshaw may owe the city some additional money for something else, then work with him. Work with him. Make it happen. That's important. Make it happen. But yet we're going out of the city and contract with someone that's not going to spend their money here in Erie. That's a concern, and that's quite a bit of money to take out of Erie. I believe that the Richford is in need of some work, no doubt. But it appears, not that it's true, but it appears that you're taking money from a minority contractor that you've worked with in the past, and we are working with them on some projects currently. But a phone call, according to Mr. Crenshaw, did not take place He did not have the opportunity to talk with anyone about it. He said he found out about it when he got a copy of the agenda tonight. So I'm not in favor of this particular transfer. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Witherspoon, this is Deborah Smith on the line. I'd like to just say that I spoke to Mr. Crenshaw on a number of occasions about this funding. He actually received this funding back in fiscal year 2017, and I've been trying to actually work with him. I moved the money up to further years. HUD has an expiration date on home funding, and so we cannot just leave money sitting if a project is not moving forward. I last spoke to Mr. Crenshaw, I believe, back in July, and told him that his contract was expiring, and if he had a project, he needed to let me know because his contract was expiring, and HUD has, like I said, we will lose these funds if this is not approved. These transfers are not approved tonight. There is a balance of money that is left in that line item for Mr. Crenshaw, so he can still do his home buyer program if he has applicants who want to work with him. Why Mr. Crenshaw is saying that he did not get a courtesy call. I've been talking on and off with Mr. Crenshaw for the last couple years, and I did let him know that your contract expires in July. So actually these funds are not his anymore. We've been working with Beacon, and if the transfer is not done tonight, I'm not sure if this project will move forward. There are 106 units that individuals who live over there are looking forward to having renovations done to that building over there. These are low moderate income residents. The building will be for the affordable units for 30 years. And I just think it is very important that these transfers move forward. If Mr. Crenshaw would like to have a meeting or a discussion on the balance of the funds, I am always open, and he knows that, to any kind of discussion, to working with him. So I would just hope that you would reconsider and that you would pass these transfers, because if you don't, we'll end up losing these dollars.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you.
Hang on. Witherspoon first.
Now, I'd like to repeat part of what I said, that I believe in Director Debbie, and what she's doing. She's done an outstanding job. There's no question about that in my mind. Is there a possibility that there are other funds that Mr. Crenshaw can utilize other than what we're talking about in number 4?
There's actually a balance left in that line item from what was transferred. The project that Mr. Crenshaw is looking to do right now is home buyer. He hasn't brought any home buyers to the table, and that's why we haven't been able to move forward with the project. But there's a balance left in that GMA line. So it's not like we're taking all of the money. I'm still actually trying to work with Mr. Crenshaw, but Mr. Crenshaw has not contacted me since July. And for Mr. Crenshaw to say he deserved a courtesy call, I believe the last time I talked to him, I told him, when you're ready, Donnie, let me know, but these funds are expiring. And if we don't move forward with the funding, they'll go back to the federal government. And I don't think that's what HUD has intended for these funds.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deb.
As long as there's possibility that Mr. Crenshaw, if he don't get all that he need or requests, and if he get something to start his project, it's time for school's out. I'm okay with that. I believe Deb and what she's saying, and I will give Mr. Crenshaw a call and have him call Director Deb tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Witherspoon. Thank you, Mrs. Witherspoon.
Yeah, that covered those two.
Right.
The transfer.
Okay, I'll discuss. I actually am for this because of the 106 units. There are so many people that live in there that need an upgrade. And I really want to see some happy people, because right now they're only 1 star online. They need to be more than 1 star. Things, if they don't have any restoration, they fall apart. The Benedictine sisters had to redo their Pox Priory on East 9th Street between Parade and German. That was their first institution when they were in Erie. And that very historic building would have collapsed eventually if they had not done an entire remortar, new windows, upgrades. And now it is a viable building. And we know that when historic buildings aren't taken care of, safety of people are involved, and we don't want that to happen.
Thank you. Call for the vote.
Love by City Council of the City of Erie, that the mayor and other appropriate city officials are hereby authorized to execute an agreement between the City of Erie and Beacon Community, whereby the city will make available funding in the amount of $445,375 for the CDBG CARES grant to complete the renovation of the Richard R. Department and designated in the amended FY19 CDBG CARES plan.
Peace.
Okay, first of all, I'd like to say that I understand why the money's being transferred and that there is a suspense time limit on these accounts. But when I see money that's supposed to go to the people going to an organization, and then on top of that, going to an organization that is not a local organization, it gives me pause. And so while the execution was on the part of the recipients of the CDBGs, but the fact that we were unable to execute these funds and they went from a local organization to a out-of-town organization, troubles me. And I wish that, somehow we get notification earlier enough to, with these organizations to double down with them. Hey, finish your program. How do you do your program? Spend the money that we give, that has been given to you, so that we don't have to give it to an organization. And number 3 down is $75,000 transfer from the Erie Redevelopment Authority to Beacon Richard Harms, which people who are asking for $15 million didn't spend the 75 we gave them. And so I want the Richard Arms to continue to be a beacon. And so I will vote in the affirmative because I don't want to lose the dollars, but I think overall, cities and organizations have to work better hand in hand to make sure that the money that comes in goes to where it's intended.
Thank you, Mr. Keys.
Can I make a comment, Mr. President? I guess I'm still confused. Are you saying that you thought Mr. Crenshaw should be the developer of the Richford Arms? And you don't have to answer that, but I want to point out that in 2018 and 2019, our worry was that EDDC would buy the Richford Arms and gentrify it. With this project, we have a guarantee that for 30 years, because we've also had a concern, what's going to happen? Or somebody else going to come in and, turn it over to gentrification at some point. For 30 years, it's going to be low and affordable housing. And I'm just baffled that now we're throwing roadblocks up and saying, let's have a local developer come in. Well, is there a local developer who could have done this? I don't know. But the fact is that the announcement about Richford Arms came in July, and here, what is it, November now? So, and I do recognize that one of our citizens tonight said that some of us won't be around in 30 years. He probably was referring to me, although I will tell him my grandmother lived to 101, so I may be here in 30 years.
Call for the vote.
Ms. Allen, Mr. Brennan, Mr. Keys, Mr. Shaw, Mr. Markey, Mr. Wilson, Mr. Lewis. Resolution passes 78-0. Number 6. Resolved by the City Council of the City of Erie that the mayor and other appropriate city officials are hereby authorized to amend the agreement between the City of Erie and Beacon Communities in which the city will make available to Beacon additional home funds in the amount of $734,252 for the Richford Arms acquisition rehab rental fund.
Mr. Keys.
I spoke for the 3, 4, and 5. No further comment.
Okay. Everybody ready to vote? We'll take the vote.
Ms. Allen, Mr. Brennan, Mr. Keys, Mrs. Shaw, Mr. Winarski, Mr. Witherspoon, Mr. Brzezinski. Number 15, that the proper city officials are hereby authorized and directed to issue agreements with the Erie Redevelopment Authority to carry out the following American Rescue Loan Act fund projects. ARP Light Acquisition, $1,815,000. ARP New Housing Production, $2,272,000. ARP Rental Investment, $2,310,000. ARP Housing Rehab Loan, $3,025,000. Minority Contractors Loan, $500,000. Healthy Homes Grant, $3,180,000. Homeownership Incentive Grant, $990,000. Housing and Small Business Preservation Grant, $990,000. Discussion?
Could you repeat that, Lori? Mr. Keys? I think. Right now.
First of all, I'd like to say that there are lots of, everyone's right, there are lots of opportunities here, and that there are lots of, people who need help, especially in the neighborhoods of the people who spoke today. But I don't want to lose fact that it's, if you say it's 7,000 people in that area, that means it's only, less than 10% of our population. And so the concern is that we'll run out to protect 10% and leave the other 90 uncovered. And so what I would love to see, you know, in some of these, within some of these programs, you know, one, you know, what percentage, you know, of the housing rehab loans will actually be granted, and which ones will be loans. The number 2 item, ARP housing production, it's not a line item that is actually new housing production unless you have the notes. You wouldn't know that though. It's actually, I believe, says it's to strategically acquire and to put together larger sites so that they can be redeveloped. So that's actually another 2.27 that is actually going toward demolition and blight acquisition. Why it's in another line sounds great. New housing, but it's no new housing. If you cut up 84 new houses for $2.27 million, you have $27,000. Nobody's building new houses for $27,000. And there are some good things here. But, you know, I give pause to just a few minutes ago, we received $75,000 back from the redevelopment authority that they were unable to execute. And now we're going to give them $15 million to execute programs that will affect our most vulnerable. And I don't want to be here saying in 2024 saying we gave it to the Richford Arms again because we were unable to execute and unable to give the money to the people who it was supposed to go to and who absolutely deserve the funds that come into this city that are earmarked for them. I have a motion.
We have a motion for that. Okay. I just, good points. Remember, these are buckets. These are pockets. They're not buckets.
They're not buckets.
Are they buckets, Kathy? Yeah?
She can't speak. She's under 4.
Oh, okay.
They're not buckets. It's a transfer to the redevelopment authority, which we lose control over. Once we gavel today, $15 million goes out of our bank account, goes to the redevelopment authority.
Amen. That needs to go to the Erie Development Authority. My grandparents lived on the Lower East Side. My mother grew up on the Lower East Side. I got married at 21 years old. My grandmother rented my house on East 5th Street. We had only to pay $150 a month rent to her, but our heating bill was $200 plus because there was no insulation in the house. The electricity was shoddy, and after our house got ransacked and our cars broken into on occasions, we ended up leaving because of other issues too. People would sit on my front porch and air their dirty laundry, smoke cigarettes, and drink their beers, and leave their beer cans and their cigarettes on my porch. I did not want to raise my child in that kind of environment. So yes, I decided to live on East 43rd Street, where I have lived since 1987. Now, my grandmother ended up moving back to the house. Her house got broken into. The police woke her up and said, "You're lucky to be alive, ma'am." So she ended up selling the house. And I want to actually go back and live in that neighborhood, and I actually help in that neighborhood, and I know a lot what's going on in that neighborhood. Those people need help.
I don't want to get into an argument. I agree that those people need help. I never said that. the problem is that the way this is structured, I didn't want to go into this, but if you look at who is actually the number one benefactor, the redevelopment authority. They'll get $2.26 million to give away the $15 million. That's a lot of money that can be reprogrammed. So
Have you been listening, though? Have you been listening to what they've been telling us?
I've listened. I've listened. So,
but you're
let's
not open-minded
not
about it,
we're not
and
gonna
that's
go-
the problem.
Let's go for, so we're in the discussion, but that's who the redevelopment authority is gonna make between $7 and $10 million off of giving $15 million away. That's the primary benefactor. I wish the primary benefactor were, anyway.
I don't know, Mr. Keys, I kind of understood the bucket idea. We're still gonna find out where the money's going. It's not gonna just go out there, it's gotta be.
It's going to these,
watched.
yeah, it's going to these line items, and that's just $15 million, absolutely, with an up to 15% administration fee, which is over $2 million in itself. So, we can go. So,
I also want to say something else. A gentleman spoke earlier. The time that I have spent on council, I have listened to blighted property meetings. I have been attending in person to meetings as I can, and I have had a couple of years' worth of trying to knock down houses where squatters go in, and squatters live in a house that has no water, no electricity, and are in danger of causing a fire for heat at times. The 4 years that I have been on council, nothing happens quickly. And because of that, there are still houses that I have tried to make a safe residence for the neighbors, because the neighbors continue to call on me and say, Kathy, they've broken in again. I see people in the house again. They are doing drugs. It smells. And unfortunately, I know people who don't have a place to live even now. And I have tried as hard as I can to get them a place, and they're still homeless. And the city mission is still having a backlog where they're trying to get in. But I don't want to get into that thing. But nothing happens fast with taking houses down and blighting and everything. So what I'm saying is, I trust the process. We just have to have enough money to implement what needs to be taken care of.
Thank you, Michelle. Call for the question?
I just want to say a quick comment here. We had a study session on these programs. We had a lot of explanation of what was going on with them. We knew there was a lot of planning that went into this, a lot of thought process. We got a chance to ask a lot of questions. So I trust what has been done to put this together. It wasn't an overnight thing. It took many months to even kind of think of this. There's a timing issue now. We need to get the funds out, and I'd like to have this the funds out and start making a difference in our community. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Renner.
I make,
Another comment?
no, I have a motion if you're done. After
You have a motion?
Yeah.
Call for question.
Oh, call for questions, huh?
Got a motion?
Voting on the resolution?
Well, before we vote, I have a motion that we go by line item on number 15 and get approval for each line item.
Why?
Yeah, second. So she's questioning why?
Because, Michael, you have beaten this to death.
Because Because I sat here today and I gave $1 million in programming that we already have at the city to a corporation because they were unable to execute programs that are exactly like the ones on this book. That's the problem. The problem is, if you want, we already have a homeowner incentive grant. We've been unable to give it away. We gave the money to Beacon. The redevelopment already has a lead paint grant worth $3 million. I don't know where they are on that, but they have $3 million to spend on that before they need any other additional funding. I think the minority contractors is a good thing. The housing rehab program, if it's administrated right, I do believe it'll be a good thing. But the plan has yet to be written. And so we don't know who will receive those funds or how they'll be allocated or will they'll be allocated. But I am actually in favor of that. So the rental investment, I'm in favor of that. What they're calling housing production is actually not housing production. It's $2.27 million to strategically acquire property and so it doesn't give 84 new homes as they said in their speech. And if you divide 84 by $2.27 million, you come up with $27,000, which if you did an analysis, you know that they're not building new houses for $27,000. So that's why I'm going line by line, because some of the things don't make sense. Maybe they make sense to you, or maybe some of these things can be further thought out or may not need to be rolled out today. I'm absolutely 100% on the 1.8 for blight acquisition and demolition in line 1. And line 3.
I'll give you a second to let the
Okay,
council vote.
Yeah,
I won't vote with you, but I'll give you a second so the council can talk to you. Okay? Laurie, you understand that motion?
I'm gonna take a vote on each line.
No.
The motion to vote
Oh,
on
the
each
motion
one.
to vote on each line.
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Allen?
No.
Mr. Brennan?
No.
Mr. Keys?
Yes.
Mrs. Shaw?
No.
Mr. Winarski?
No.
Mr. Witherspoon?
No.
Mr. Brzezinski?
Yeah, it's your story.
Motion fails 5-2. Keys and Brzezinski. Oh, he
Yeah, I
didn't.
said no also.
Oh, you didn't talk.
I gave him a second, but I
Okay,
wasn't agreeing.
thank you.
He had the right to be heard.
Okay, so voting on the other resolution. Ms. Allen? Mr. Brennan? Mr. Keys? Mrs. Shaw? Mr. Winarski? Mr. Witherspoon? Mr. Brzezinski? Motion passes yeas 7, nays 0. So now we're going to number 17.
Please, that's you also.
Should I read it?
Yeah. Discussion?
Discussion.
Anyone else?
Mr. Keys?
First?
You separated. You separated. You
Okay,
first.
so I'll go first. So I think this is a lot of good things in here also, but I don't think that because good and bad doesn't mean that everything gets carte blanche. And so, so I just want everyone to look at the line item one last time and see if everything is in accordance with what you would like to see happen. That's all, Mr. President.
Any other comments? We're good of the order? Hearing none, let's vote.
Do you want, I think I have to read it when you separate it.
No.
Residential construction and development services to disproportionately impacted communities, 2 million. Cafe, 1 million. COVID-19 Economic Recovery and Growth Fund, 2 million. Small Business Diversity Loan Grant Program, 1 million. Kiva Diversity Matching Loan, 100,000. Brownfield Site Development Fund, 5 million. Urban Core and Anchor Building Redevelopment, 1 million. Flagship Commodore ARP, 1 million. Technical Assistance for Small Business, 1 million. Community Development Initiatives, 2,150,000. Restaurant Entertainment Industry Relief, 500,000. Administrative Impacts, 300,000. Ms. Allen, Mr. Brennan, Mr. Keys, Mrs. Shaw, Mr. Winarski, Mr. Witherspoon, Mr. Brzezinski. Motion passes yea 7, nay 0.
That takes us to committee reports.
Yes.
I want to remind you, only 5 minutes, Mr. Witherspoon, when you start. You're first. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. President. No report.
About you, straight man or what? Okay. Mr. Winarski, could we be so lucky?
I will be brief. We did forget during our moment of silence, we lost another police officer since our last meeting. His home actually passed after our last meeting. We just want to send our condolences out to naturally his family. Those are tough to take, not only for the family, but the police family and the city as a whole. But our thoughts are with them. Only other thing I have, I know it didn't end up on the agenda tonight, but as we have been talking about the stormwater management and plan, as I said at our last meeting, and I'll say it again probably at our next meeting, yes, definitely in agreement, something needs to be implemented. But timing is everything. We do have the ARP funding, just like we passed a lot of ARP funding tonight. We have 10 million that we're setting aside for the storm water management plan. Let's go with that influx to get it started. And before we think about putting another burden on the taxpayer, no matter how much it is, no matter whether they live on the Lower East Side or the Upper West Side or where, it's still another fee or burden. You add the potential garbage fees and additional sewer rate increases, it does add up. But with that being said, we do have, since our last meeting, the infrastructure plan was passed by the federal government to the tune of 1.2 trillion. Now, I believe that some of that will probably trickle down our way. And until we know that, and before we add a new fee onto our citizens, let's see what that may develop. You know, we have the initial 10 million to get this started. We have to, and I know part of the plan is, hey, we can get some of the nonprofits to finally be part of this. Well, maybe that knowing that that could be a potential, the administration or somebody can go to the nonprofit and say, hey, if we implement this, you'll be looking at this kind of fee a year. If you help contribute to it, maybe we may not have to implement it.
I mean, before we throw in another fee, let's do our due diligence, both as administration and a council. Also that goes into effect, we have the highest inflation rate in the last 30 years or whatever. Gas prices, home heating, all that's going up, and we want to stick another fee on the taxpayers. I'm just not for it. That's all there is to it. I'm trying to give good reasons, and I appreciate everybody's opinion. I'm not looking to argue about it. I'm just trying to look out for 85,000 people or the taxpayers, not just the select few in certain areas of the town. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marski. Ms. Shaw?
Thank you, Mr. President. One of the things that frustrated me when I did live on the Lower East Side was the garbage I had to pick up every single day when I got out of work. We had hedges, and the school children we were on like a school route or whatever, and I always had cans, and that still exists today. I have spent some time this summer picking up trash, and have had people say, well, it's not going to matter. And truthfully, I had that. I would pick up trash, have like 3 bags of it, and then drive by a week later, and there'd be that trash. People need to really take responsibility of their neighborhoods and their housing situation. Your house might be falling down, but you can pick up trash and put it where it belongs. Bags aren't that expensive. And that is so, so frustrating to me, and has been to this day. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Shaw, thank you. I think I go to Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a couple things I want to report from my Erie Parking Authority assignment. The Parking Authority did send over the administration and myself a copy of the enforcement consolidation agreement, so that I'm glad we're moving forward on that. I know I report back to council several times on the progress and kind of the all the input that we've been receiving and all the discussions there. So that's good news. So the EPA board approved that. I also want to thank for all the ARP funding. I just want to thank the everyone that was involved. I know they received so much input from people, many groups, many individuals, to even get to this point where we can kind of assign these buckets. And the planning department, and everyone who's contributed, is thank you. I know it's a huge amount of work, and it's not an easy thing to do, and we can't make everything perfect. We're just trying to do our best, given our priorities, and try to address the needs of the community, which I hope is the plan to do as we approve the funds. I also want to thank all the citizens who spoke tonight. There was a lot of passionate people that came to speak, and I definitely learn something every time I come to a council meeting to hear that input. It's vital for our decision making. We take that so seriously to make these decisions, and I'm just glad you're here tonight, and I just want to make sure you know you're appreciated. And just lastly, I just want to say happy Thanksgiving, and I wish everybody has a wonderful Thanksgiving with their families. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Ms. Ellen?
All right. So this part of the council meeting is set aside for committee reports, but the truth is that unlike other city councils in Pennsylvania, we only have one committee. It's the Finance Committee, which is a committee of the whole. On August 4th, we did form a committee to vet and provide input on ARP funding, and Councilman Keys, Witherspoon, and I volunteered for this committee. Our committee only met once, on August 12th, at Tim Hortons on East 38th Street. The 3 of us were then invited to meetings by the administration to review ARP funding proposals, but we never met again as a committee after that meeting at Tim Hortons. We didn't elect a committee chair. We didn't set a meeting schedule. Lancaster City Council has the following committees per that city's website: Personnel Committee, Public Works Committee, Community Planning Committee, Finance Committee, Economic Development Committee. The City of Reading has these committees: Nominations and Appointments Committee, Strategic Planning Committee, and Finance, Audit, and Budget Committee. If we had a committee structure, we wouldn't be spinning our wheels over and over and over again. The ARP funding is new, of course, but keep in mind that we received the first draft of the administration's framework in June. So in June, we knew how the administration was recommending that we spend that. In fact, I looked back at my emails. I attended a webinar on March 26th, sponsored by the Pennsylvania Municipal League and the National League of Cities, about ARP funding. This was open to anybody else on City Council because we're members of the Pennsylvania Municipal League. On the stormwater fee, our consultant recommended the fee on February 18th, 2020, when we got the 5-year plan to help rescue Erie from the financial cliff that we could have fallen off if we didn't take these steps. We had a study session on June 24th when we got the actual stormwater recommendation from a consultant. And then, you know, we had a study session on October 26th. We can't continue to operate this way. We have to have some additional structure. This was great discussion tonight. I understand, as you know, some of my colleagues mentioned, that there's a lot of passion out there. But when you get to, we have 2 more council meetings left in 2021. We have a lot of work to get done. The budget always comes at this time of year. These other things we should have been dealing with sooner. So that is my committee report. My committee report is we need committees.
Thank you, Ms. Ellen. I was wondering what happened to that committee. You formed a gang of 3 and it never filtered down to the rest of us. We never got the information.
Yeah, Ed, sorry, I did send out information. You know, I keep track of everything. I always copy myself on email, so that's the bad thing about having a longtime journalist on City Council. I did send information to everybody, and I'm happy to document it.
My bad. Okay. Mr. Keys. I got him ready. Pay attention.
I zoned out. Well, I did attend the airport authority meeting earlier today. Airport, because they had to move their meeting, they didn't have their financials yet, but they did reiterate that they're getting back to normal and they're in the favorable, unlike a lot of airports. Other than that,
Excuse me, Michael, did you have anything to say about Whipple, the county thing that they sent us?
no, they didn't. Not yet. And so, no, that wasn't addressed yet. And so, we appropriated a lot of money. I wish all the people who received it well, and we'll be watching.
Thank you, Mr. Keys. I just have a couple things. Number one, if I can be promised or guaranteed that 75% of that stormwater money will go into the stormwater fund and not other things in the public works area, then you have my vote for stormwater. But I know it is a good project. There's 1.7 million, and $1 million of it is going to public works, and a mere pittance, 700,000 going into the fund. If we're going to build a fund up, we've got to build it up as fast as we can. That's my take on stormwater. The budget. Anybody who's been on council and has not been able to look at a budget and find areas to put cuts in or to ask about the cuts isn't doing his or her job. We can all do that. I have come out very loudly, maybe too loud, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, but the sewer fee, the garbage fee is garbage. I don't want to do that to folks on a fixed income. I really don't want to do that to them. It just isn't fair. Mr. Winarski talked about the inflation rate of 6 point whatever. These folks have been making it barely in the first place, And so, well, I'm not gonna go on with that. But anyway, that was, I'll be looking at things in the budget. And I hope, Mr. Mayor, you will look at it and help our folks that are on a fixed income. I did have a question for Mr. Winarski. Did you ever talk to the parks as far as that little park on 32nd and?
All I know, it is already named.
Oh, it is? Okay, so could be a problem.
It already has a name, and according to Public Works, it's registered with the state park, so I don't know. There would be a little bit of work involved to try to rename
the park. I asked that question, Mr. Witherspoon and I were speaking, we thought it would be a wonderful place. Jason Belton grew up right next door to that park. And we thought, Mrs. Spoon and I thought maybe Officers Park with a plaque with Jason's name and maybe Tacone's name, because they both passed away quickly, would have been something nice to do. So with the rest of the story, I guess we'll find out how much.
And it might be something you can do in Berry Square,
That's another thing too. Okay. All right, so I think I got everything I needed said. Who's left? Mr. Betza.
I have nothing.
Oh, come on.
I've said enough tonight.
Thank you. Everybody else is home. Mr. Mayor, you have the floor.
I'll be quick because I know everybody wants to get home at this point. But first, I want to thank Jasmine Flores and Chuck Nelson for being here and sitting through the whole thing, as well as everybody else that's here. But I look forward to working with you two in the coming years. A couple exciting things I did tonight prior to this, which was exciting also, by the way. But WIC is having their drive-through where people are donating cash or goods that can be used at Thanksgiving for people that on fixed incomes, and it was incredible what was going on there. I think it's definitely the biggest fundraiser they've ever done. I think this is the 22nd year, so that was just a wonderful thing to be at. And then I was at the soft opening of the Flagship City Food Hall, just to the north of here, and that was today. It opens for sure next Monday for everyone, and they were giving away food, and it was really good. I had a great dinner there. It's like something we've never had in Erie before. I know other communities have things like this, but that 4-block area north of Perry Square is being transformed. That's one of the reasons I'm real happy you approved the Richford Arms funding as well, because that's part of the 4 blocks. That's going to be an incredible area. Also, where the Flagship Food Hall is, upstairs are some incredible apartments that several of us had a chance to tour a couple weeks ago. When Erie Insurance gets back into town with their employees, a lot of them will be living there. They'll be eating downstairs, lunch and dinner. I know I'll be going down there a lot for lunch myself. So it's a wonderful thing. I want to thank you all for passing the Richford Arms and ARP funding. I believe in both of those. And Michael, please hold me accountable. All that money should be used to do good things here in Erie. And if you see anything that's not, please tell me. I believe that's the way it's going to be used. I have a lot of faith in our people. And the way I understand it, it should all be used that way to help those most in need here in our community. As far as the fees that you've all talked about a little bit tonight, it's about $40 to $70 more per year for city residents. I wouldn't put them in if I didn't think there were fees we needed. And if you don't approve them this year, eventually it's going to cost us a lot more money. That's what's happened over and over again. I'm trying to get to the point where we do small increases every year, kind of like the county does, like the water authority does, and nobody complains about that. But we've never done that. Let's try to start it. And I'm never going to put things in the budget that are, too big. We're trying to keep it as small as possible. I don't want to ever increase real estate tax or income tax as long as I'm mayor. That's one of my goals. But these fees for specific purposes, we need. So I'd ask you to consider it. Be happy to talk to you more, as will my staff, I'm sure. I will stop there. It's 20 to 11.
Give me something to say to the people when they ask me, why are you raising my sewer when you take $1 million out of it?
Ask them to give me a call. I'd like to talk to them.
Okay, I'll do
that. All right.
That'll hold you up. Chuck and Jasmine, thank you very much for being here. I usually end this thing by saying good night. My wife just sent me a note saying, you better say good morning.
So, good morning.
The city council adjourns at 10:35 PM. Ms. Allen, Mr. Brennan, Mr. Keys, Mrs. Schaaf, Mr. Winarski, Mr. Witherspoon, Mr.